being very sluggish while I'm typing. Fills me with whatever the opposite of positive emotions is. Here, there's a word for that. It's not that Discord. This Discord. This one. Okay, make that go away. Aww. Thank you, Aurora. We'll see how this looks in place. It's been a bit sluggish, but I'm wondering if that's just, I don't know, things in my computer fighting. It'd also be a bit, a bit quiet. Mic load compared to the game, that's unfortunate. How... Here, let me do something that generates noise. How is the game compared to me now? Is it still a bit loud compared to me, or is the mic still a bit quiet, or what are we thinking? What are we feeling? How are the vibes? Are they good? Have they been checked? Things of this nature. I mean, I can turn up the gain more on the mic is the thing, I just don't. Same continued frustrations about... I mean, part of it is, I'm sure that jumping from Windows to Linux adds some, like, strain to the mixture, but things seem to change on their own more than I have any understanding of or ability to do anything about. That's fine. I guess that's why I have chat to help me correct and not spiral about it as much as I would left to my own devices. I really do want to get Coliseum of Fools out of the way, but I'm not sure I want to open with that necessarily. But I'm also not sure what my next big thing is, because I could go fight our last main plot boss, well, of the Dreamers, fight my way to her. But I'm not sure I want to do that just now. I went and got the God Tuner at the end of last session, and poked at a Coliseum, but nothing else has happened there. I could reposition myself to be sitting better in this chair, is one thing I could do. You know, I don't disagree, Aurora. It's just a matter of, well, what am I doing, though? Because there's a bunch of cleanup stuff I could be doing in a broad sense, but I need to see what that is. And also, I'm not sure if that will necessarily even be good warm-up for what the Coliseum is, but that's a separate problem. I'm sure there are lots of hidden areas I'm missing, but for now I'm just worried about obvious, non-hidden things like that. I'm already eepy. You know, let's try to get to that top bit of Fog Canyon first and see what's up with that. I guess we go from Queen Station. Alright. From here, where do I go? Right. No. Oh, goodbye. Oh, damn it. Getting a bit of lag on this combat already, which I'm not a huge fan of, but only so much I can do about it. Right. Queens, right? We've got to go to Queens to find some lost items, I guess. I didn't have a remaining half of that joke ready to go when I started it. I just kind of went. Definitely a bit of sluggishness. See, I need to be checking the map every 2 seconds because I just am not internalizing the map enough. And that's not like meant as a personal criticism really so much as just I have been, once again playing several games at once and therefore not downloading the game to my memory as much as I could be doing. I do want to go. No, not that. I want to do this. Geo. Okay. I still have so much money that I have nothing to do with. Oh well. It probably won't come back to bite me. I could just see if I could force this stuff for Grim people to start showing up, which would give me a thing to spend money on, but I don't know. I just don't remember how out of the way I would have to be for that at this point, because I don't remember when that stuff really starts kicking off. Thank you. My platforming is not where it used to be or needs to be. Here, fucker. I am out of soul. That's fine. Okay, so up here, huh? What secrets are up here that I just have not discovered yet? Is it just a place I didn't go? Okay, great. That's fine. Some of them are gonna have to be that. I thought about naming today's stream something about the fact that I expected this to be a cleanup stream, but I couldn't think of a more clever thing to say. So I just went continued bug adventures instead. I see. Okay, so it's just a connection that I hadn't locked off. Fair enough. I hope that fills in when I sit down next, just so I don't try this again. Yeah, I know the red markers are just me trying to remember where the nail smiths are, but or not the nail smiths, the three teacher guys that you fight, and if nothing, I thought you fought them before the Pantheons, but I might just be mixing that up with the Pantheon fights. But at any rate, I cannot fight them at this moment, so I will worry about that later. But that's there. Oh, that is a place I can go. That's what that marker means. So let's try to get over to, yeah, Green Path. From here, I guess just back to Dirtmouth, unfortunately. I think the backgrounds also have a bunch of infected stuff in them, like keeping in tune with them, like being really good about backgrounds in this game. That the backgrounds also reflect this world state change, like very clearly. It's good. I guess also because, like, you know, I mean, I know because I've, you know, played the video game. Like, this is still at a point where you really have no idea what this is, besides, you know, you can connect it with the things that the enemies you've seen before this point, and realize something you've done has made it worse. I guess probably even piece together that, like, releasing the night, or, like, starting to break the seal in the Black Egg Temple is, like, why it's happening, but you don't really know the full details on it yet. I guess you don't know the player character specific connection, I suppose. Like, you can start to piece it together, but like that is maybe the missing piece, because like you kind of know that like the Hollow Knight made a sacrifice. You can piece together then the Black Egg Temple, and like maybe they're holding back whatever this is, but the gaps there, I guess, where the most interesting parts of the story are to me. That did fill in. Wonderful. Right. Train station. And from here... Oh, that's annoying as hell. I guess Queen's Garden is actually a better warp. It's still kind of annoying from there, but it's less annoying. Rosa is just trying to do posting about how much navigation this game makes the world easier to get through compared to, like, Souls is. Like, or at least mainline Souls is. And I think I mainly stand behind that. But, like, there are goodbye. There are edge cases, like, when you need to, you know, go through a loop like this, where it's just like, oh, there isn't a way to do this that isn't still a bunch of backtracking. That's just how this, okay. That's just how that particular bit you have to navigate is. And, like, I guess that doesn't necessarily have to disprove the rule. We have a whole saying just for that, but it is like, this, I do not feel as empowered for this as I might for other navigation stuff. It's just like, I gotta go through a bunch of the world now and get hit by little bush flies. I guess to be fair, I'm hitting them, both with my nail and also my body. Like, they're not really doing much besides casually floating there. I am bringing all the problems with me. I actually should kill that guy. At some point, for my completions and stuff, I suppose I should actually look at... Well, I have been looking at it periodically, but I need to look at the Hunter's Diary again and, like, really think about which things I still need to get and where they are to be found. Besides, you know, the stuff that's Coliseum exclusive or Dream... Or, Actually, I don't know if anything is God Home exclusive, come to think of it. I think you might get pips there, but I don't think they're required for, like, the main quest, such as it is. I could be wrong. I don't remember that stuff that well. Hell yeah. Love you, Cloth. May sure respect this fight a slight amount more than I'm respecting it. Maybe a little bit more than I'm expecting it. In my defense, this is my first real warm-up minute. God, is there really not... I guess what's also been kind of coloring my memory on this, as far as, like, what is and isn't a fun run back and how this game is usually about run backs, is that I have been, you know, one-shotting so many fights in this playthrough that I'm not, you know, really engaging with whether something sucks to get back to or not, because it hasn't come up. This is definitely an example of one that is more, this is the kind of thing I complain about, like, you know, a DS1, 2, 3, about having to run all this distance again. This is at least closer to that. Whether or not it's, you know, as bad is, I guess, a different question, but... I also just need to learn the Mantis traders of movesets, because they just have not come up. Damn it. I was hoping I had enough hype for that. Like, they have so much verticality in that swipe that I'm trying to dance over them like I think you're meant to do here, but mistiming it because I'm not exactly set on it. Once again, hell yeah, Cloth, love you. Cloth, help! Try to get a cheeky hit in. Damn! Never mind. I'm gonna get a cheeky hit on my face because I'm a dumbass. Oh, okay. We got farther at least. Like, the problem here really is I'm trying to do it once, like a spell heavy, I'm just simply, you know, win in 2 hits type playthrough, and also trying to, you know, dodge through it. And trying to do both at once is not really easy, and is not teaching me, is not bringing me closer to being practiced for either success in either approach, really. Like, I need to either double down on dodging, or, you know, double down on, like, really hitting hard, which probably would require doing the Abyss Scream there, also. So I did finally get the upgraded one of those. I'm pretty sure that's the strongest spell, but I would need to... You know, I should also go change my badges next run, come to think of it. I would need to understand their attack timing better to have a chance of pulling off successful screams, I think. 'Cause I just know with those move sets, I'm going to get very hit trying it if I'm not careful. I did remember the Mantis Lord being spicy, historically. At least compared to Mantis Sisters, who were also spicy the first time, to be fair, but like a fight I much more thoroughly understood, I guess, and in a way that, like, has entered my bones. Compared to Mantis Lord, where it's like, I remember kind of flailing at this fight. Which is not, you know, as useful... not as helpful a memory of how a fight goes, as it turns out, as just knowing the reaction sets you're meant to have to various attacks. There you go, it's not too bad. Oh, yours, Cloth? Damn it. Up, there we go. That's the interesting thing I got about this also. I don't think it's necessarily unique to Hollow Knight of all games, but in a From Souls-like, when they get, or a From Souls-like, in a From Souls game, when you have a fight like this that has an AI thing you can summon in, that would draw the boss's aggro in a way you can kind of take advantage of. I don't know that it necessarily needs to in Hollow Knight. Like, I think it's a, you know, different enough game where maybe that wouldn't make sense. But, like, it clearly isn't happening here. Like, the Mantis Trader is always focusing on me, the player. Which, you know, changes how it works a lot, as it turns out. It means you don't get to aggro drawn away to heal. Like, you just gotta, you know, find your windows and do it. Which the thing I honestly appreciate, because, like, that was always something that, like, that is a large reason why I think I, you know, after dabbling with it in my Souls quest, kind of came down on, like, I don't like summoning, is that it lets you do things like that that feel frequently too easy for me. and not necessarily, you know, instant win fights, you know, trivial way, but in a way where it's like, okay, like I'm allowed to basically flail through a lot of mistakes I would not be able to if I weren't summoning. And wanting to, you know, be forced to grapple with those mistakes is why I therefore prefer not summoning. I think Quick Slash is like the clear answer here for what I'm doing, but I wanted to look at other things. I guess Sharp Shadow is also one I always favored, but can you go? I guess you can go up there in theory, but not with the amount of verticality I have available to me. I really need to understand hitboxes better. Turns out dodging in place not great for your survival. Damn it! I disagree on that, but okay. Okay, I agree on that. That one, sure. Meanest pit in the game, arguably. Okay. Sweet. I hadn't considered when picking one of the remaining spots I would open from the drop from, you know, basically from a hat, that, like, I was picking specifically the Mantis Traders one. Which I was going to have to do, and I was, you know, looking forward to for Cloth's completion stuff at least. But definitely remember disliking this fight. Doesn't help if I play badly also. That was not great dodging. Cloth, please. I know you aren't allowed to draw aggro, but please at least try. God. Yeah, using Scream on this feels impossible. I'm sure you can do it, but I don't understand when. And I can, you know, do the side spell, and I will, but it's not as much damage. So, like, it is not helping my simply kill them before they kill you with spells strategy work. God, I really need to understand how hurt boxes work, or I'm gonna have such a bad time. I'm also getting, like, micro lag periodically from something my poor PC is doing, but that is not the soul of the problem here. I hate this hole so much. Like, I am getting like better at the timing. Like each instance of this, it's just one of those fights where like your mistakes are punished very harshly. So only making a couple of mistakes is still too many. I could probably put on something defensive to, you know, offset this boss a bit, but as is my want, especially knowing that I want to eventually do the Godhome stuff, like, what if I simply got better instead? What if instead of getting hit, I stopped getting hit, and I hit the boss, and then I won? The problem now really also is that I've been unlearning dodging through enemies and dodging through projectiles because I didn't have the Shadow Dash. And now I have the Shadow Dash again, so I really need to relearn this. I don't know what to say about that besides I'm frustrated. I'm also thinking that if I need another attempt at this, which I'm probably going to, I'm going to take off Sharp, Quick Slash, and put on Sharp Dash, because I am actually using it in a way that would get me damage points. God, your hitbox is too large. Your hurtbox, rather. I didn't need to dash. Cloth, no! Cloth, yes! I do under some conditions you sacrifice yourself, but I'm not sure if that's what this is or not. But I guess I don't get to, well, I'll progress until the game tells me anything. Hell yes. The Gendered Child is such a name. I forgot that when it had that title. It really do be like that, though. I love the characters that comment on you hearing their thoughts. I think it's good. Goodbye. All right. Do I get my moment of cloth now, or? There we go. Thank you, cloth. Taking her with me. Well, alright then. I guess with half of one I can go do the palace now, right? So that's one thing on my quest. I could also go do this, but... Besides those two things, what else awaits me? Well, there's something. There's two somethings, in fact. There's more down there later, but we're not later yet. Palace, I just mentioned. Could you Coliseum, but let's wait a bit longer. And I don't think those paths left in Crystal Peak are explorable, but I would believe there's a secret somewhere, but... I figured I'd explore a bit more before worrying about explicitly looking at the last badges and grubs and masks I need. Oh, I should also remove this because I don't need it anymore. Let's... God, navigating the deepness sucks so much. Just at all times. I think I need to take a quick water break. I will be right back. Might do a little stretching while I'm at it. Hello. And hello, Tormling. I am returned. I think I am still trying to find a way into that bit. I guess I'm just going to the Mantis Village generally is what I'm doing, which... I don't know if I put my controller on the right screen so that it can work. I guess Queen Station, I complain about it the whole time, is my best option. Of course, I don't know where I am now because of navigation in this game. Sure. We'll pretend that counts. You know, I mostly developed this opinion playing Destiny 2, the video game, but I also believe it here that fall deaths should not count as far as, you know, the souls retrieval mechanic stuff. Because they're invariably more frustrating to me than combat deaths, because they're always of the form of, like, I made a simple mistake that could not be recovered, which is not usually how combat works. It's, you know, less justifiable as a take in this game, because you do have more verbs to save yourself. But the problem in Destiny always was that, like, the gulf between how you can save yourself in a combat situation in Destiny and in a falling situation in Destiny is just immense. Alright, get over here. Do this, can't I? Both of you calm down so I can figure out where I'm going. Right. A lot of the text, at least for the moment, is normal in the menu again. Average says shit, man. No. What am I looking for in here? Well, generally things that don't have the bonus text, but specifically things that are found in the area I'm currently in. Which I guess includes those. 6 more of these. That's actually what I wanted to find out. Okay. Okay. And I think I have the tree for this area, but we can find out while we're here. Oh, we don't. Well, I guess I can get it now. Ow. No thoughts? Head empty? Damn. Sucks to die with no thoughts. Neat. Yeah, I've not encountered the mushroom prophet at all yet. I think you might need to do some more stuff before he shows up, but when I was looking at the wiki to remember vaguely all the side stuff I gotta do, I was like, oh right, that guy. Who, in theory, has a separate ending. Fungal core. Okay, maybe there's a boss hiding here that I've not done yet. I'm not sure how I missed. I guess this was probably gated behind a double jump that I just never came back to after getting, if I had to guess. Which, sure, I will murder more mushrooms and discover new area. And have a lag spike, apparently. God. I love continuing to find rancid eggs and just having no use for them. This would have been so much scarier if I had got here way earlier. I guess just hitting the projectiles is a good way to handle them. I hadn't thought about that. We're doing it that way. There's something up here I've not seen. Yes, there's something. Is this... Oh, that's where I started. Okay. Is there another branch here? Is there another branch here? I'm sure I would expect a grub or something. Otherwise, I've not really discovered anything interesting in this area. These guys are so much... These guys were never, like, scary enemies, really. But they were at least, you know, something to, you had to think about fighting. When you can one-shot them, they just become nothing. Okay. I guess maybe the rancid egg is my quote-unquote prize. Or whatever this is. This would be a new area also, right? Never mind. I guess there's more area. Never mind. I'll find out what my prize is later. The prize also is more money, which is meaningless to me at this point. Like, with a full 13k, I think that probably is not enough to buy out all of the stuff you can buy from the Grim folks, but it probably is a hefty chunk of the badge upgrades, so I might be even edging close to just not having a use for money. Full stop. Which, hey, if that's what happens, that's what happens, but it's my punishment for being too good at the video game, is that money has no value anymore. Okay, is there more down here? I know I already fought guys here, but is there a... Oh, there's this. There's many. There must be a boss hidden in here that I've just forgotten about. Or at least another, like, arena fight with some of these guys. This is never a side area that it feels like, by the logic of this game, like the way it tends to lay things out, there has to be a fight. Or this, I guess. Hello. Okay. Well, nice to meet you. Your thoughts. I will continue being very rude to mushroom men. Mushroom creatures, ungendered. God, I only think about gendered child for a long time. I've been in here before. Oh, okay. Well, sweet. Knocked out 2 in one go, I guess. Works for me. Let's go to that bench, and then I might actually just pull up some of the remaining mass fragments. So I could, in theory, you know, look at parts of the map that look like they're hiding something and go there, but I don't feel like it, if I'm being honest. I'd rather just be like, okay, I've found most of the secret spots. Please show me which ones I've overlooked, so I don't have to just, you know, fucking Doom guy grunt against every wall that is remaining until I find an opening. Oh, I thought there was something there. Never mind. These guys are also much less scary when you can just one-shot them. I guess there's nothing specific to any enemy about that. Excuse me. About that statement. Every enemy is less significant when you can just ignore its attack patterns, as it turns out. They don't got that much more going on than that. Ow. I thought there's... Okay, there's money here. Or there was money here, I see. Probably also do the beast stuff while I'm here, since I've gone this far out of my way. But I think when I get to a bench, I'm just going to look up a few mask locations. Hi, Marmo. I hate when they put destructible stuff near a wall, because I keep thinking, oh, this is a breakable wall, and it's like, no. I just broke something near the wall. That's different. Neat. Okay, there's a lot of badges too, but let's start with masks. So I'm missing at least one mask fragment, and possibly exactly one mask fragment, because I also need to double check what the max count is. So let's start there. I also could, just go advance the plot of the game and maybe find these on the way, but I don't know why I just searched mask fragment as if that wouldn't be many different video games. I kind of want to come... having replayed this, I don't know that I want the tail end of my playthrough to be just cleaning things up. I think it'd be nice to end on, a dramatic note of, like, finishing Godhome stuff or finishing main plot bosses. And because I have played this before, I feel much less Oh, I'm missing a bunch then. Sorry, I was looking at the number of masks there are and my health and realizing I am missing more than I thought. What are words? How are they said? How does English work? Because I've played this before, I'm worried much less about, like, oh, I should, try harder to find things myself before just looking it up. It's like, I've done this before. It is not particularly, I don't know if I'm particularly losing anything. But I also did think it was useful to kind of, like, wait until I'd gotten to the point of, like, okay, I can either go do late plot stuff or hunt things where it becomes more... It makes more sense for me to look that stuff up. I know some of these are tied to bosses, and I think I might have most of those, but I want to double check. Yeah, that's what I thought. I did that fight. Grubfather, I think I've got that. Okay, please. Oh, I'm eepy. Done this section of the map. I suppose while I have this up, I can just check if I'm missing anything on Forgotten Crossroads or not. It's like the fucking most annoying discover the differences puzzle when you look at a map of this game on a wiki and look at your map and be like, okay, which of these am I missing? Among the answers to what I'm missing is a rather large room on Forgotten Crossroads, so I might just go do that one. I don't know what it has in it, but it's a room. It's a room that has something in it. Okay, let's do that. How do I become on a train again? What is the easiest way to be on a train? I guess leaving through fungal waste, probably, at this point. I could also be using the Dream Nail thing, and I did a few times last stream, but I do know that costs essence, and I know I need a bunch more to have that, completed such that it is, and I don't expect that I can, like, easily lock myself out of that. Like, I think you get enough that, like, you're not really in danger of accidentally portaling your way to, like, being out of it. But I guess I still worry and like therefore don't want to do a bunch of warping, even if it would save me from this exact problem. It's like, well, but my number will go down, and isn't that worse? Can I even climb all the way out of here? I guess I hadn't thought about that, because maybe I... Hold on. Maybe I can't. Or maybe you can just go up here instead. That'll also work, won't it? From here, it is still a fucking pain in the ass to get to a warp, isn't it? Well, that's fine. I mean, it's annoying as fuck, but it is the video game. The video game is not going to change the way it is just because I complain about it, it turns out. Hey, Team Cherry, I know you're very busy with your long-awaited sequel to your popular video game, but have you considered making the world navigation, which is already very good, slightly better so that I don't whine about it? Thank you. I love you, Team Cherry. I wish you success with your long-awaited sequel to your video game. You remain one of the best to ever do it in the not being from software and making a good Souls game market of many, many people who have attempted such and will continue to attempt such. God, playing Peak so much has made me... Well, I was excited for it anyways because of things I had heard about it, but I'm very excited to see what Another Crab's Treasure is like. So I heard very good things about it when it was out, like, both, like, on its mechanical merits and, like, its approach and, like, the way it kind of, you know, wasn't kind of missing the point or, like, you know, encouraging the get good, like, everything must be tough and horrible aspect a lot of Souls players unfortunately have, like kind of pushing against that in a lot of ways. So, and besides the merits, just good in like the way it is approaching its genre. And getting into Peak, you know, others work from one of those studios. It's like, oh, yeah, these people know what they're doing. I want to go back and play their other game, which I already own, and we'll get to at some point. We'll see if this changes, and I might end up doubling up on Souls I guess I already kind of am doubling up on Souls as playing Armored Core and Hollow Knight at the same time, but I might double up more, because I definitely want to do 9 Souls next, after Hollow Knight, but I definitely also want to do Another Crab's Treasure in the very near future, so it might be next after 9 Souls. I've already forgotten where I'm trying to warp to. Forgotten Crossroads. Curious to see how those are. I do also like that you get the wind in certain places. Like, you can kind of piece together, like, you know, corruption's entering the world. But, like, this effect, especially in some of the areas around the crossroads, is, like, especially, like, hey, shit's leaking. Things are not great. You know this, like, you know, corrupted kingdom which is falling further every day. Well, maybe it's getting, maybe there's a worse faster that it could get. So is it like up or here? No, or here. I see. Hey, you didn't give me an instructive crystal this time. How was I supposed to know to dash here? Come on, game. Also, I had I have 2 games already, so there's no need for it. But I can't remember if I said this last year or not. But like besides like mostly wanting to keep Peak for myself and like having that be a thing I don't stream, I just like play and talk about, but don't feel the need to. I don't know. I don't say monetize, but I'm not making any money off this. Like I don't want to like productionize into a thing I'm doing for attention the same way. Despite not wanting to do that with P, because I'm enjoying the way I'm engaging with it. I wouldn't be against streaming it sometimes, or like, some amounts of it. But as long as I have, games on deck, there's no reason to even engage with facts. It's like, I already know what I'm playing this week. There's no time for such stuff, such ideas, even if I wanted to. Not unless I had a third streaming day per week, which I don't want to at this point. Sure. Gonna screenshot that for later. Listen, I don't go in for that kind of thing, but I know many who do. We always need more silver dragonesses. If you know, you know. Okay, so that was good. I do need badges. That was, however, not a mask fragment or a grub. So let's see more about that. Why don't we? Did that one, did that one, did that one, did that one. Oh, just straight up missed an NPC. It's the one that says the dialogue that everyone ignores. I'm so sorry. Well, let's go rescue Bretta. I think I heard her talking at some point too. I just didn't happen to find her. Or like saw her, was like, oh, I should rescue her, and then didn't find that path. Some people do love taking care of buns and ovens, that's true. I forgot she's a fucking Zote fangirl. Honey, you deserve better. Honey, you deserve so much better. I'm also just gonna, since I'm pulling up a map of fungal waste, I'm just gonna do the same completionism check that I just did for Forgotten Crossroads. Because I am absolutely certain I'm missing more than just this room. You did notice, like, the eye tracking is not perfect the way I've got it configured for streaming stuff, but it is definitely there enough that you can watch my eyes darting on stream somewhat when I have the full setup up. I kind of wish it was on right now, because you would have the joy of watching me look. Well, I guess you literally would not, because the phone would be busy tracking me. But if I had, the window up on my second monitor, you would see my eyes darting between screens in a way that I think would be fun. Interesting. She's in a place I would have thought I would have gone to already, but I guess not. Oh, that's a fucking pain. I will continue complaining about it as long as they keep giving me rooms that are a pain to navigate back to, but I gotta go Storehouse and straight down, I guess, is the fastest way. Or Queen Station, but I'm kind of tired of taking that route from Queen Station. Well, kind of worked. Right. You aren't actually allowed to go this way, but that's fine in this case. Oh, I did want to go through waterways, didn't I? Well, I don't want to go through waterways because waterways suck ass, but I think they are the most direct route here. So I actually also do. Refuse to ride elevators, but I can get away with not riding elevators. It's a matter of principle. Oh, they stop. Okay. I thought I was about to discover for the first time what it's like to be crushed by an elevator, but no, actually. Sorry, my phone made a noise at me. You know how cats are. If I hear a noise, I gotta stare at it. I gotta figure out what it is, and if it's important, and if it's critical to me or not. I can hear a grub. Well, let's undertake a grub rescue adventure then, actually. Like, it's gotta be above here, right? If anything. I'm gonna go back to the previous room and check the ceiling there first, but it feels like it has to be an entrance above me in one of these. Ow. Well, probably not there then. Ow. There we go. Problem solved. Alright, and I was trying to go... Sorry, I was distracted by that entrance upward that wasn't labeled. I think that is just more City of Tears. simply opt out of fighting flukes. Just say no. Right, this gate just doesn't open, because fuck you. Hello. Yes, I did get this far, but crucially, I did not figure out how to get into that room. Bottom left, I guess, then? Is the only other place in this that could be. Sure, man. Yes, okay. This is why I didn't discover this. I see now. Because this all requires double jump, and presumably when I was here last, I had not unlocked double jump. Well, asked and answered, I suppose. Ow. Right, dash across. Make it easy on yourself. This is the second time you see this kind of setup, isn't it? There's another place you see... There's a place in Crystal that's basically the same... God damn it. That basically asks the same kind of movement of you as this. Yes. Okay. Right, I think rescuing her and then talking to her, and or there's like one in her house where she gives you one when you get back to Dartmouth College. That's also you get the gray. I want to do Grey Prince out, actually, come to think of it. But I'll worry about that later. Okay, so I gotta go back to Dartmouth at some point. I'm gonna keep saying it a different way every time on purpose. That's done. That's done. Well, ish. Oh, I've not done Noise yet, have I? So I'm trying to read on how to get to that area because I remember it, and I remember like walking across part of it earlier, and I think I just didn't finish it because of missing tools or whatever. Did that. We're missing a whole branch here. Once again, looking rapidly between screens, trying to understand things. Okay, so they are actually taking the trees off the map when you do them. Nice. I wasn't sure if that was true. I guess I should also that probably is also true about the Warriors' Graves, which I was assuming it wasn't doing. And that means that there's one in Deep Nest that I should do at some point, but One area at a time. Okay, so I have been to the Stone Sanctuary. I don't know if I've done it, though. I don't remember No Eyes, so one presumes not, but... let's go there and get that done. I guess if I, wanted to route this better, I could sit down and think about which areas and which order I want to do, but I probably am going to do just the easier to think through thing of just going to places as I notice them, and just bearing the consequence that will come from that of having to backtrack constantly, because I'm just doing areas in a semi-random order, which... that simply is the way of collecting shit at the end of a playthrough, as it turns out. Or, not the end, but late in a playthrough. Oh, sorry. I forgot you're nice now. I was fighting your traitorous kin. I made a mistake. I'm sorry. It won't happen again. Okay, and I was pretty sure they don't all hate you forever after that, but I will, for the sake of my soul staying no dirtier than it already is, I will not take unneeded violence against the Mantis residents more. They don't deserve it. They're nice. Among the most annoying rooms in the game, late game. The thing is, a comment I've already made on this stream, but it remains true. This room is annoying. Not difficult, purely annoying. Nice try. I think I've not even finished up the Lake of stuff either, so I should probably go there next after finishing the Stone Sanctuary fight. Just to be sure I've gotten everything. I'm also still not ruling out there's more, like, swim in the acid water stuff that I've missed that I've not gone back for yet. So I've been looking for that kind of thing, but I could totally imagine I have... Oh, I've got to kill those guys too, don't I? Thunder made me. I mean, might as well while I'm here. I wonder if I've killed enough of those guys specifically. I feel like I must have at this point, but... Nope, nope. That's not the button I meant to press. Oh, yeah, I got him. God, I love... They shouldn't do too much of it, because it definitely feeds that like, kind of annoying streak among the player base of being, you know, get good, games should suck, games should be hard, etc. But I do love this saying, like, yeah, you have to be kind of a dumbass to get bit by this. It's like, that's funny. I guess I should go to another life thing just to get the credit for the life seed too, but... I'm really have to go grind those entombed husks out, aren't I? Because I've, like, killed them every time I've seen them. I just have not seen one in fucking ages. And mostly because they're all in that one area, but even going there on purpose, I just have not seen enough, apparently. See? I'm too smart to get eaten by a plant. Let's see how Noah's fight goes. I remember it being annoying, but... Maybe with my new spell powers. What's your story? Yeah, this feels annoying in much the same way it was annoying the first time. Just because I'm not getting, like, I'm getting good hits on her, but I'm not, like, getting full damage hits on her. Which means this fight is not going as fast as it could be going, in theory, if I was hitting my shit more. That was way too low and I knew it. There we go. I will bitch and moan about that fight in the Pantheons for sure, but here I've done it. Okay. Check if there's something in the lake that I need to do. So I know I got some dialogue there, but I can't remember if there's more to be found or not. Oh, this seems like a badge I definitely do not have. Unless it is... No. No, I don't have it. Okay, let's go to the lake. Let's cross this whole area. Has been fun that routing is such like a kind of fundamental part of Peak, or you know, either routing well or like kind of like adapting on the fly if you've routed poorly. Because like I don't necessarily consider myself good at that. Like it's not. I don't do, as I've talked about. Like I've only done like Jesus, what are words? Like minor speedrunning, like never really seriously gotten into it, and therefore never really engaged with the either practice of routing or not against to a high degree with like what routing is in that context at least, and like in therefore you know don't consider myself that good at it. But in Peak, I've you know had to do it as part of what the game is, and I've done all right, and like that's neat. It's especially compelling when like you know it works out, like you spot the route up the mountain like early on and like navigate it and succeed, that get up the mountain, or at least you know get to a point where you've got to pick a new path, and yeah, it's fun. Damn it. I was hoping I could get past fast enough to avoid exactly that happening. Ow. No. Lag spike, why? Well, might as well while I'm here. But not actually the right turn off. I remain EP. Oh, I guess I could just do this at any point, couldn't I? And get some free kills while I'm at it, I suppose. Oh, hello. Oh, goodbye. Nice meeting you. Oh, there it is. This is a funny one, but one I will never use, probably. Only down to 5 at this point. Well, and this one, but... Neat. Now I'm going to go back to the lake just in case there's more dialogue or something there that I need, and then I will look for more secrets in the world that I can go find. I guess it's only gonna be a problem. Well, I guess I'm counting my chickens before they patch with the stream I'm currently having, but I feel like it's only a couple more streams of non-God Home stuff at this point. Right, I forgot you actually need to kill one of those guys for the hunter's purposes. Also, I'm going to go back and kill more of those just in case I still need more of them for the hunter's other purposes, because I'm a cruel person and evil. And because those things are a pain in the ass to kill, and if I need to get the hunter's journal 100%ed, I'm going to just do it now. Yep. Neat. I guess at some point I'm going to look up Warriors' Graves too, both for like the fancy boss fights that I need and just the other ones you're expected to collect if you really want the 2400, which I do. Though I am getting good progress on that already. I'm also need to remember, I know I see one of these remaining items here is a Grim Circus item, but I'm curious what other shit I'm missing. You. Where is you? Neat. Aw. Okay. Let me look at mobile device that will tell me more information about things in this video game of Hollow Knight. Well, I still gotta go back to Bretta, but we'll deal with that later. Oh, I didn't actually I went to the Stone Sanctuary, but I didn't actually double check if I've been to the room in question. I'm doing alright. Was doing much worse earlier today, but it is mostly cleared up, and I am in shrug okay status. The wiki is just telling me that the mask is in a room northeast of No Eyes, and also pointing me at the room No Eyes is in, but that does not really actually tell me where the mask is. I guess I'm just going to go back to that room and poke around a bit just to make sure I've not missed this mask fragment, because it's going to be annoying to walk all the way back over there, but it will be significantly more annoying if I go down the rest of this list and realize that I was missing this fragment, so better get it knocked out now. I'm at least building some confidence that these early areas are now completed. Not full confidence, but some confidence. I ain't no fool. You're activated already, right? Yeah. Remain no fool. A hidden area to the northeast of No Eyes. Like in here, or... That seems to be yes is the answer to my question. Okay, that is just wait. Is that? Nope, that is just a trap. That's so bright. Yay, new heart container. Okay, I think there's at least one more fork in here, but I'm not sure if it leads to... It might just lead to out, which, fair enough. Okay. Why is it still giving me... Is that just indicating that there was a fight here that I've won? I mean, fair enough, but... The fact that it's bubbling makes me think there's a thing that's supposed to happen there, but I guess not. Okay, so that's checked off. Which means I'm now missing 3 of these then? If there's a total of 9... Let me read this again. For a maximum of 9 permanent masks. And I can in fact count. Okay, so 1 is waiting for me at Dirtmouth, which means there are 3 in the world. There we go. That's how math works. So 1 granted for the Seer for having 1500 essence, which I think I only just got, so I probably can get that one. Okay. Seer, Delicate Flower, a Wall in the Hive, and the one waiting for me at home. Okay, so we can go do the Seer. I think doing the Hive shit might be good. I think I've missed multiple things in there, including a grub. Okay, how is the fastest way to get you back to Dirtmouth? I don't know why I said how instead of what, but I'll never apologize for my use of my style of use of the English language. It is just what happens. Is the way the words exit my mouth. I guess for that hypothetical routing I could be doing, figuring out which, more carefully reading the journal to see what entries I'm still missing and kind of routing those into my navigation would help. Those guys I knew were one of the ones I was missing, but I had not seen any of them for a minute. I kept just seeing the infected variant. Damn, their corpse went so far away I couldn't even hear the explosion. Get owned, I guess. Just obliterated from this world in one spell cast. I really like the fucking like Wile E. Coyote like look that the knight does when you are on a wall. Well, sliding down generally, but like especially, or that you also end up in that generally when you're sliding down a wall, but that state you also end up in when you dash into something. I think it's particularly funny in that context. Like I definitely have had happen before where I rocket launched across an area, and then flubbed the dismount and therefore died immediately while the knight was making that expression. And then it's just like, oh buddy, I'm sorry. I don't think that I probably need. Well, actually, no. I guess with the Colosseum stuff, I'm probably good on killing infected flies, but these guys seem like the kind of thing I would, opt out of fighting as much as possible, and therefore would need to kill a bunch for the journal, but I think not, actually. I gotta respect a fanfic writer, just not how she hyperfixates on Zote of all fucking people. Well, I guess I'll deal with it later. I read on the wiki what the trigger condition is for the rest of her apartment opening up, but I immediately forgot what it was. Man, you can't be saying that when she's 5 feet away. Just saying, like, commenting out loud, like, yeah, I thought she was gonna die out there. I thought she was fucked. I'm surprised she made it back, honestly. What was I trying to do? Why is my encoding overloaded? Oh, now it's fine. Well, okay. That's great. Right, Hive. How Hive? How become Hive? I think there's a Destiny season about this. Oh, there's also a Dream Tree in there. Nice. And 2 grubs. Also nice. And some boss fights. Also nice. Okay, there's 3 entrances to the Hive, and I think I've only found one of them, which is one of the grubs, but... yeah, I've only found that room. Okay, so they're all over there, I see. I guess... I've been holding off warping to the Palace Grounds just because I didn't want to necessarily provoke the, endgame stuff, but... I suppose it is the most convenient one in this case, so it really would be going out of my way to avoid it. Okay, never mind. I thought having one of the fragments got you in here, but I'm misremembering the plot, I suppose. Or I need to go, do the other subplot. I need to go do other plot events first, one or the other. But that's fine. Right, up and trim. I must have killed enough of those guys for the journal, but I'm not 100% sure, so I will continue to murder them on sight, just in case. I'm the protagonist, by the way. I'm a hero. I guess it's a soul, so everyone else has lost their mind and is evil. Possibly including you. It's actually great. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's the thing. Yeah, it's like there's not really a hero such as. And, you know, depending on my actions, at the end, like, I'm going for the true ending, probably. Unless I flub it somehow. But, like, in theory, I could be going for whatever ending, including the bad ones. Right, okay. Not my best timing. Oh, that is big lagging. Yeah, encoding overloaded. I understand. I don't understand why this is a problem. And can't really change my settings on the fly, but good to know, I suppose. So, like, somewhere on this wall is, like, the way in, but I don't remember the how component of this. Well, goodbye. I gotta, well, clear this room out more thoroughly, poke every bit of this wall more, and then I guess if I still have not found the way, I might have to more closely squint at the wiki page to understand where I'm going here. So it's definitely coming back to me of this being a tricky area to get into, but as has been the way of these things, it is not coming back to me what I'm actually meant to do. The game didn't make itself more high. What the fuck, man? It literally did. Okay, can you stop doing that? I know the game's frozen too. Give me a second. And that means, okay, maybe that was the problem then. Jesus Christ. Will you please not be 4K? Pretty please? Please be... Well, that's not helping. Sorry, my game is now frozen. Perhaps my stream also has. 1 second. Bear with me. Technical difficulties. Pretend I've put up a graphic that communicates this. Okay, I'm going to have to quit Hollow Knight and restart it. I don't think I've missed that much since the last save, but I will have to at the least, navigate back there, but I'll live. I feel like I was able to lock the game in 1080 and run it last time, but maybe I wasn't actively looking for it in the same way, so it's possible I also just wasn't, but... And of course it's going to want to start at way too high resolution once again, so I have to fucking wrestle it down to being 1080. I don't particularly blame like Hollow Knight specifically for this. Like I think this is just like the sharp edge of like graphics on Linux, especially with Proton in the loop. Like I blame that primarily, but I'm also hopeful that when I play other Souls likes in my queue, that they do not have this level of problem with consistently running. Which we'll see. No way of knowing until it happens, I suppose. But hope springs eternal that they will simply play, and I can simply play the games without having it to be a whole thing. We also hope if more of these were, Linux native. Like, Proton is a wonderful thing, and I will be singing its praises, like, probably forever, because it has made Linux gaming so much less of a pain. I didn't want to go that way, actually. Right, I need to actually take the tram. I saved before taking it, but not getting off. I see. Okay. But like the sharp edge of that is like Proton, is a great thing and like makes Linux gaming a lot easier because like dealing with wine is, and I'm saying this as a Linux nerd person, like someone who's willingly run Linux for a decade. Wine fucking sucks and it's obnoxious to run it and has always been unpleasant to run. And Proton just makes it usually just work. And that's wonderful. And like the sharp edge of that is just that, either some games won't, and some games, will well, I guess there's several things. There's that concern, and then there's a concern I've heard like raised and agree with, which is like, it would be bad if a bunch of game developers take the lesson, I will simply not make a Linux version of my game because Proton can handle it. Because of the same like sharp edge problems and just, the principle of like, no, you should actually put the work in to make your game work on Linux if you are able to. Or, especially if you work on like Love 2D or something that like can just do that kind of thing for you. Like someone I used to follow on like Twitter ages ago, who I'm roundabout quoting here, like made the point that like Balatro does not have a native Linux port, but it runs on Love 2D, and like it could, and like I don't know enough about the process personally to say how much that is, the dev could have done if they wanted to. The person I'm thinking of knows more than I do, and she would be more, positioned to make that critique. But as an industry-wide thing, or like as a general critique, it's like I wish more people would just do that work and not just rely on like, well, Proton it, because points at screen, this kind of thing happens. It's very frustrating when, you would just like to play your games on a good operating system without it being a whole thing. And one of these days, I'm going to fully lose my mind and actually learn how to do Wayland stuff, which has also been an immense pain in my life whenever I've tried to deal with it. But it's becoming more and more the case that, that is the way forward. Like X11 stuff, which is the default graphic stack, otherwise is, or it has been the way of the past, and like is getting to the point of like is actually going to be, left behind. And is going to cause you problems if you try to stick with it. And like at some point I'm going to have to deal with that and figure out my personal stack that works with Wayland. And I guess the point of that thought is I hope when I do that I don't have as many problems like this. I will have at least some of them, because like even if I trust Wayland to work, I don't expect it to, be a flawless graphics engine any more than anything else is. And like the emulation stuff remains there and like, might remain more of a problem. I don't know how well Proton interacts with Wayland, but like one hopes it at least presents fewer problems on average, or at least presents exciting new problems in a way that is novel, even if it is not pleasant. I think the game might have set itself to higher settings again because fuck me. Oh, it didn't. Okay, well, hopefully I will not see the flicker in the corner of the screen of your computer is doing too much, please help, from OBS. I am very glad, like, I've gotten it working as well as it does, and that, like, most games have not presented... Yeah, dude? I know worker bees in the real world are all female, but I don't know if Hollow Knight thinks that way or not. I'm thankful that I can do as much Linux gaming, especially Linux streaming, as I can. I just... continually wish for it to be less, not flawed of a process. What's the word I mean? There's a specific word I'm reaching for and just blanking on. I don't want it to have to be like a thing of sacrifice of like, you know, I'm morally in the right here. I'm using an OS that is not anti-consumer in across several different axes and, you know, funding specific great evil in the world. But also it sucks to use in a lot of like meaningful ways. Like I yearn for not having to make that choice, but I guess like having it work mostly is something at least. I still need to figure out, like, I've kind of put on hold trying to figure out how to have my, like, full VTubing software work on Linux, but I still do want to figure that out at some point. I continue to not really have an answer to the software not running correctly in Proton. Ow. I also haven't solved if I can run it across the local network, which was the whole of the plan, but it turns out it's more obnoxious to debug that even than it is to debug just running it all, so gotta focus on one before the other. Alright, I need a guy to charge into a specific wall to get to a secret area, don't I? I think whatever secret area the wiki was meaning, and which I'm gonna have to look up in a second to find in the hive, is like definitely one of the things I missed my first time around too, so I was like, wait. Let me get this straight. You need to, like, get a guy to charge into a wall to find a secret thing? Because that is, you know, still a new concept to me at that point. Definitely something I've, you know, since seen a bunch in, like, mainline Souls is, but... at the time I was playing this, still new. I guess even in mainline Souls is, like, it's not even really a common trick there. Like, I definitely can think of... well, I actually cannot think of specific examples of when that comes up, but I am certain there are examples of when it comes up in DS1 through 3. I guess your lesson probably is I bet they can break these things. Right? I assume that's your... yeah, that's how you're supposed to know, but you still have to, I guess, observe that and then also find presumably a wall that is cracked like that. Or that is this one here. This one seems suspiciously like a door. Would you please come over here? Would you please come right? Nope, not that one. Okay, fuck me, I guess. No, I'm through a few. Let's you go about your business, I'll go about mine. Love to keep reflexively looking at the map and then just being like, right, yes, this provides no information for me. Money, 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 money. Ah, okay. Never mind. That one's pretty straightforward then. Do we need to clear things up a bit before it's safe to invite the large gentleman over here? Oh, not you. Didn't mean you. Oh god, there's so many things. Okay, let's all calm down and think about what we've done and what we're gonna do. You, over here. Nope. Try again. This way. I think there has to be another wall you're supposed to break them behind, because this, well, actually, I can see, I could see being stuck here, I guess. But I would have at least, what I can't see is not realizing there's a thing here. Which makes me suspect there is another area like this in the hive, but I could be wrong. I can't tell if this is a bit I've been to or not. I feel like yes, but I'm not 100% sure on that. I'm also going to keep hanging out in this area, both because I think I'm missing stuff here and because I'm specifically certain I'm missing a grub around here somewhere, from what I remember of the full map when I was looking at it a second ago. Oh, hello. Well, there's a different thing I'm missing. Okay, please up. Please up. Thank you. Boy, that is lag spiky. I'm sorry for this. And also for my inability to do anything about it. For fear of, I guess, not fixing it or causing a different, worse graphical problem. We'll simply have to deal with it and endure Hollow Knight being a little bit done dirty by graphical events out of my control. No, nope, no! Have I been in this bit? Hello. No, it turns out. They really make you work for that, huh? Sweet. That'll make my remaining questions much easier to solve. Yeah, I would believe there's another hidden room somewhere in this map, but for now, let's go investigate that branch on the side. Trying to decide if I want to do the flower quest immediately or not. Because it's... Ow. I have been informed by the wiki that that is a... I remember I was going to have to do that at some point. I just wasn't sure when or which of the possible NPCs I was going to give it to this run. But if it is a mask piece and we are mostly cleaning this up this session, I think I might sink some time into getting that done. I do envision it taking a few tries, because I remember that being very tricky, I guess, to put it optimistically. want to be up there. I keep thinking I'm way higher up in the hive than I am. Yes. Ow. I guess a large part of why I'm just ignoring the, like, stream overloaded warning is, like, the thing it's asking is me to turn down the graphical settings, and, like, I've already done that. Like, I already dropped my recording stuff from, like, not 4K or whatever it was, but, like, I was formerly recording, like, a notch or two above 1080p for my local recordings, and at some point in the streaming relaunch I was getting enough performance issues on testing that I just knocked that down to 1080 because, like, I would prefer it be higher, but not at the cost of stream stuff. And I guess my point with that being, like, if I'm having graphical issues, like, it is basically constrained to the game at this point. I can't really knock down my graphical settings in the same way. What's up? I swear I dodged that, but I suppose I didn't actually. Yeah, I remember this being, I don't know, not a fight I, like, hated per se, but one that I remember finding annoying, specifically because of that opening bees bit of just, like, yeah, I know this is, like, a challenge and part of the fight, not, like, invalid really in any way I can meaningfully phrase, but it is sure annoying to have to fight, like, a bunch of, like, easy to fuck up with and take a hit enemies before the actual, like, quote-unquote real fight. God damn it. Having to work back through these enemies, which I have, you know, much the same complaint about, also not great, of just, like, They're like the exact kind of thing that makes me generate complaints about, like, mainline Souls is and boss runbacks, come to think about it. It's stuff like this that is, like, not a hard run back, if I'm being honest about it, but, like, the kind of run back where I can never really, you know, relax and just zone out through it, because it requires enough of my attention to not take a shit ton of damage on the way. And it's, like, also the reason why I've known people, or know people, they still exist, and still have those opinions, and those are still reasonable. I know people have the opinion that, like, you know, a long run back is time for you to kind of think through your strategy for the fight, and how you're going to go about it. And, like, that's just not, like, a way of thinking I can generally have, like, even when it is an easy run back. And when it's something like this that explicitly is not an easy run back, it even more is like, I'm not going to spend this time thinking about... I couldn't, if I wanted to, spend this time thinking about how to boss fight better, and, like, now I'm mostly thinking about... I'm so frustrated at having to do this and also, you know, losing all of my health on the way. Which is what I'm currently thinking. I'm also wondering if there's a better bench for this, or if it's just going to be a run back like this every time, because it has been a minute, and it does feel like that just might be what it is. God, yeah, there's just... I mean, I guess the middle route would, in theory, be better, but not that much better. I am going to farm a little bit of health, though. Well... Goodbye, $1,300. But mostly I'm mad about having to run this, and the money is not meaningful in the same way. This is, I guess, like the perfect example of like the kind of fight I mean. Fuck, why'd you jump backwards, bitch? Like the take I had, you know, finished elaborating on or trying to phrase was like, you know, you plan your strategy on the run back, and like my strategy is I should get hit less. It does not particularly benefit from more time spent thinking about it. And like specifically running back is not practicing not getting hit, as it turns out. Oh, well, I mean, it is. It's not practicing the specific kind of not getting hit I need to win that fight. So I'm just, you know, kind of stewing in my frustration with the run back and then also the fight that I lost. Which is not conducive for either tolerating the run back or the actual next bit. So I think the Hive Knight fights. I think the Hive Knight fight is just like one of those where like you really can't heal through it. Like I don't think it's. I know. Saying it's not hard is not like a useful enough thing to say about any Hollow Knight fight, because like they're all hard to an extent. Like it's a game about, you know, learning your fucking attack patterns and learning your heal windows, etc., etc. There's always in a motherfucker. Get over here, you bitch. Like, it's always somewhat a hard thing. But, like, this fight does not feel particularly complicated so much as just one where you don't get a lot of healing windows unless you're very careful to... manufacture them, I guess. And as is always the way about Souls, is like your healing windows are also damage windows, and it's very tempting to make them into that if you have the chance. I also don't think this guy deserves... Is this... I can't remember if this is Dung Defender's music or not, or if I'm mixing that up. But if it is Dung Defender's music, I don't think he deserves it. I think he's neat and all, but... That's my boy. Don't come from my boy. I remember hating this phase specifically, even though if it does indicate I'm like halfway through or whatever. That would be a great Scream opening, actually, if I was prepared for it better. Jesus. Like that, perhaps. Please don't die during the death scene. Please don't die during the death scene. Okay. Oh yeah, Tourmaline. I'm glad that was only a 2-attempt try. I'm glad that... I'm also sad that, well, B, I'm lag spiking again at a time that almost got me killed. And B, that I paid 1,300 Geo to take 2 tries to win that fight. It's like, it'll be fine by the time I actually need to buy, by the time I actually need to buy stuff from the Grim Troop, I will probably have more money. But been carting around 1300 for so long, and it still feels bad to lose it, even if it doesn't really matter. Okay. There's still a grub somewhere in here I've missed, so let me look at the wiki page once more. I see. I see. Okay. It's a very strong chance I die again getting this, but I'll at least... Jesus, this room is so full of creatures which wish me ill. I need to keep you alive, so I might need you, but I would like to not die to everything else in the process of that. Which perhaps not granted. Okay, let's go up. I knew it was going to happen. Like, up and to the right from there is, like, where I need to go to unlock the grub, I'm pretty sure. But I couldn't even see it without getting very killed. I should also double check that I've got all the kill completions for the journal I need, because, like, I think the hive is cool, like, stylistically, and, like, the way, and, like, where it fits in lore. But I'm also remembering very quickly that I fucking hate navigating and fighting in the hive. Like, it's just unpleasant. And, like, I guess that's just because, you know, it's a late game area. Like, it's meant to be challenging. Like, I respect it, but I would like to be done with it forever. And move on with my life and go to areas that don't make me as miserable. God, hearing the fucking, like, activation sound from that guy as soon as I entered the room was like, what? No, give me a fucking second. I just got here. Okay, let me... Please let me look at the map, you bitch. Fuck you. Okay. The top wall. Need to not aggro everything in the room by jumping in exactly like that. Well, this is here also, but I think... Ow. Interesting. That being at the top of the room communicates to me there is another thing I need to get to, perhaps in an earlier room. Or perhaps up here? Maybe? I mean, I can pull up another... Well, I guess I already have a full one. The full map of this area on the wiki is covered up by badges in the exact area I need to see the fine details of to understand how to get into. Because it's up there. I am not sure how to Actually, no. I think I know how to do it. Like that. Oh, well, like that, but with a more successful jump. But basically like that. Stopping the dash correctly is always a pain for this kind of thing. You need to react very quickly. Which I am not doing. God. Also, the continued lag spikes continuing to not help, but I guess this is just my life now, and I unfortunately will deal with it until I finish the video game. God damn it. I will say, I think I was already, like, not willing to, you know, while I would like to do Steel Soul stuff or, like, speedrun completions at some point in my life, because I think it would be nice to, you know, have everything for Hollow Knight, really everything. I think that will not be part of this stream series, and given the issues I've been having with performance, will not be... My friend. It will not be a Linux experience unless I can make this performance stabler. Because I'm already, you know, making the experience of streaming the game worse, and, like, my personal, like, ability to get through it worse, having to deal with this kind of lag spike, and, you know, the graphical issues previous streams have had. I definitely don't want to burden a don't die run, or a you need to run this fast enough run with this kind of thing. Because that's just, you know, unnecessary weight on it. Fuck. Okay, I guess I'll grind those guys out. Alright, let's grind out 8 more of these guys, just so we don't have to come back here for any reason ever again. Oh, also I suppose I should, I don't care about the shade anymore on account of the money thing, but I probably should recover my shade. Also get another kill on this guy. Ow. Get another kill on this guy. Alright, bud, down here, down here. Get fucked. I think that first row is probably a better place to farm them. Because the bench is right there. Though I should probably clean up any ones I left alive on the way in here. I don't think you should be able to do that, personally. I think you should be committed to your weird bullshit dash nonsense instead of having to be able to fucking ring around the rosy me. Right, is there any more loud, angry enemies in here? No, that seems to be it. Okay. So they're in that room, and they're in that room up there. I think there's only like 4 of them up at a time, so I'm probably going to need at least 2 resets. I'm just trying to note on my way back to the bench how many of these guys I'm able to get per restart. There might be 2 in this room, so I might be able to even get 6 at one go. Which I think is the exact amount I need. Oh. Yes, but in a way a way where I do have to reset at least once because I've already killed 2. I correct myself after I say it. Nice try. Seems like there were actually only 4 of them per reset, which is still gonna work, but not as fast as I might have hoped. I don't care about you. Fine, I will deal with you. I don't want to, but you asked for this. They're deploying a retaliatory lag spike for my hubris. Fuck off. Well, at least after this we can do something fun, like the White Flower quest. Noted fun time and great experience for everyone who does it. It doesn't have to be terrible necessarily. I mostly just need to remember what the route is and how to do it relatively safely. But I also expect to fail it multiple times on account of what it is, but we'll see. It's always possible I simply do well at it and don't have a hard time. Is there another one in this room? No. Okay. Two more. Okay. There should be one more in here, and then I'll get... Oh, maybe not. One or two more in that last room, at least. So maybe I can get this in one more go without having to reset. Well, not if I die to the random grunts, I won't. But in theory, as long as I don't die, I think there's two more to go. Oh, come on. I don't understand what gives you Dream Nail Essence from random enemies. Like, maybe it's just a low random chance or something, in which case I guess I understand enough, but I feel like I've never understood what the rhyme or reason is between getting it and not getting it. Feels like exactly the kind of thing speedrunners would have down to an RNG manipulation science, but I don't actually know, because I've never looked into it or asked anything about it. I still think there's one more Big B in this room, but we gotta clean this up first. Yeah, I can hear him. Hey, motherfucker. There we go. I'm free. Oh, nope, I didn't mean to tab away from that. So we need to go talk to the seer also. I think I've not seen the Grey Mourner's room at all, actually. Yeah, I guess let's go. Well, let's. Warp back, because this is one of the times where it definitely makes sense to warp, I feel like. We'll get the Seer's mask fragment, and then I guess see if I want to just tackle the flower quest. Which I kind of do. I kind of just want to swing at it and see if I can manage. The thing I was trying to remember in the wiki is who else you can give the flower to, and I was thinking about it because it would be fun to get, you know, some of the alternate dialogues for giving the flower to other people. But as I recall, like, all of those are obviously considered fail states for the mission. And if I'm gonna do the flower thing, this time around I don't feel like going out of my way to make myself redo it more. I'm trying to find out where this room is, and also what other areas I've missed in the, what other bits of the resting grounds I have missed. It might just be that room. Neat, it is just that one area. Okay. Oh, I should have more water. Has my... Okay, never mind. There was another lag spike, but I thought there had been also a mic cutout. And no, it was just the continued thing where, I probably need to go into the settings for this PNG tubing software and tweak its, Oh right, that's what these guys are. I need to go into my, settings for it and make sure it more easily activates to match, how my mic is set up as far as gating. How many of these guys do I need that are found here? The mummy-looking motherfuckers? What are they? Where are they? Where are you? I can hear one getting closer, which I'm not a huge fan of, but... No, they're definitely further down, aren't they? I think I need like 8 of them or something, which is unfortunate, but I wouldn't mind picking a few off at least while I'm here. Of that number... I do wish there was like a search functionality or something in this, because like it's definitely a pain to scrub through and figure out exactly which enemies you're still missing sometimes. Like at this point it's easier just to look at the whether I'm missing exactly one more of those, huh? It's easier to look at the bonus text and see if it is missing than it is to spot the ads directly that I'm missing, because they blend in. I don't want to fight more of these guys. These are one of the most annoying enemies in the game. And we'll get there. I know I'm missing the guys that are found in this room because I specifically saw them earlier when I was scrubbing through this. I just immediately forgot where they are found. There you are. 5 of them. Okay. I can believe there are 5 of them still alive in here, but I suspect I will need at least one more restart to get that many. We'll see. get got. Alright, so that's 3 of them that are in here then. I was not sure if this is where I need to... Okay, this is where I need to be. There's an exit. Yep, right there. Absolutely. Okay. Let me look at the wiki once again to see the paths they recommend, because I could figure it out, but again, given what this quest is, have I missed another sub area in here? Interesting. There's yet another area, secret sub area I'm missing here, but I'll deal with that later. Let me. I see. Okay. Let's try the quickest route, which is not the safest route, but it is a route. Alright, wish me luck. We'll see how attempt 1 goes here. Why not multitask? I guess I can get my completion badge for killing the mummy guys by repeatedly failing this quest and having to backtrack through where they're found. So I'm just trying to internalize any of the route. Because, again, I'm expecting at least a few goes at this. Also, apparently there is a room above here that I've missed. Or not above here, above the next area. But that can be future me's problem. Now, it is implied that this is safe to ride with the flower. We will see if that is, in fact, not true. And what they mean is go across manually. But I don't think you can go across manually here. Seems fine. Well, there's attempt 1 in the books. Right, I did in fact set this up for this specific reason, even if I will in fact cry every time I have to spend essence to get back here. It is worth it to take off half the pain of this quest. I don't mind, like I like this quest, like generally like the framing of it and everything. I think it's kind of mean-spirited that they phrase it as like that they give her dialogue for like, hey, you fucked up and I'm upset at you. It's like, I know, I'm trying real hard, give me a little credit, hon. Well, that checked off at least. Also, if I take more than a couple more tries at this, I probably will do the thing they suggest on the wiki, which is just fucking clear the path first. I only didn't because I naively was hoping I could, you know, simply succeed. But if I keep getting, you know, death by corpse or death by, like, a single missed enemy or whatever, it's like, okay, I will just fucking scrub the route clean and then warp back and then do it. Because I think some of the enemies do respawn, again, per the wiki. I don't remember which ones. But even most of it safe is better, as it turns out. Yeah, I did not remember this being a mass requirement at all. So I guess I'd remember just doing this for its own sake, but apparently, no. Well, its own sake and its own separate achievement, and like a little bit of dialogue on follow-up runs, but... I guess it wasn't the corpse landing at me, it was the babies being spawned at the position I was at is what gave me damage there. Okay. I was about to comment, like, it's hard to tell which of these is the enemies and which of them is my fucking helpers, and I guess point proven, unfortunately. Yeah, those guys specifically are the exact kind of guide it's useful to clean off the path, because real easy to get fucking, like, grazed by a ventral grubfly or whatever they're called. They're called something like that, vengeful whatevers, but... Did I take a wrong turn? No. Hold on, I hear an NPC crying about how I beat his ass. I'm not gonna fight you. I wanted to just hear things. Oh, never mind. I guess I am gonna fight you. I forgot this gave you a fight. Let's do this then, I guess. Afterwards, I will actually do the finish, clean the path, and then do the flower fight, but I'm not gonna say no to getting around to a fight. I was gonna have to get around to it at some point anyway. Going great. Going great. Okay. Well, never mind. We're doing this now. Yeah, it tracks, I guess. Okay, I'm glad that worked out exactly as I had hoped. Oh god, I need... I remember broadly how to beat this guy. What I do not remember is the distances involved. Ow. Ow. I didn't remember this being that hard of a fight. I'll attempt to not turn it inward, which is usually my inclination with such things in these games. I would like to learn this man's patterns quickly so I can get back to not respecting him. God damn it. I just really love the conceit of them, like, going back to mourning their brother, like, every time, and then every time I wake up being like, fuck, 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 he's still awake, he's still awake, he's still awake, fuck. I guess I really should call the night it's. We never get pronouns for our little wonder kid here. Jesus Christ. Yeah, getting behind him and not running directly into his hurt box, I think is what I actually want here. It's part of the problem is, like, he sets a massive hitbox that you can't even, like, reliably, like, dodge through him either, because you'll probably get hit by the edge of his hitbox. God. Like, when he jumps over you, that's relatively easy, but that is only a little bit of what he does. And, yeah, the stuff dropping from the ceiling that I've always been bad at dodging. Like, that is just not a mechanic I'm good at in this kind of fight. Also, not getting any soul except for when he's vulnerable is... It is just how this fight works, but it's really rough in this souped-up version, because it's just like... Yeah, you don't get any healing until you get to the phase break. And, like, given how this fight works, like, this is always the trade-off. Like, this is always the soul's thing, you know, damage or healing. But for this guy especially, it's like you really don't want to spend that damage window on healing if you can at all avoid it, because ain't gonna get another chance for a minute. God damn it. I suck so much at this. Gonna fucking need a, like, montage to get up to speed for Godhome shit at this point, because, like, I never did the full Pantheon. Like, working up to that was gonna be one thing, but the way this is going, I'm going to need a training arc to be good at any Pantheon, is the thing. I jumped directly into it. Was not expecting the second swing. I guess that is the advantage. I can't remember if this guy... I have to imagine this does come up in a Pantheon, because I feel like every fight in the game does. Or, I guess if not, you would be doing... Well, that comes to my point. I was going to say, like, in a Pantheon, you would, in theory, have Soul coming into this fight, which would make it a bunch easier. But I can't remember if he is in a Pantheon. And what I know he for sure is in is, you know, a solo fight with Radiant and... whatever the difficulty modifiers are for fights in Pantheon, or in Godhome, I can't remember what. But he's, you know, going to be available as a solo fight, and... Actually, I guess you could also bring Soul into that, couldn't you? Because, like, the way those works, you're actually allowed to. It's just these dream fights where you aren't. Just any amount of Soul going into this fight would make it so much easier. Because, like, the alternative is, like, the thing I'm doing where it's, like, I have to be very close to him to get hits in. And then I, you know, misjudge where he is and take 2 hearts of damage. And am not allowed to heal it. Basically at all. Not unless I want to trade off a damage window, which I really do not. It's the lesson that he needs to be much more careful with his openings. And I guess not get caught by when he decides to pull out 2 of those in quick succession. I guess this is your heal window. I hadn't gotten to that point, so I remember that he actually does have a pretty safe one, as bosses go. And one you don't necessarily need to save up damage for. Jesus Christ. I Figured I had time to move over before I lost my iframes, and no, as it turns out. I'm not using the lesson I learned last time well enough. Of simply don't, if he jumps to the back sides of the arena, don't engage. Wait until he comes back to you. The other thing in there is, like, I was starting to remember the timing to basically jump, like, around his swing and not get hit. And then I promptly forgot it and got hit by that move, like, 3 times. So you want to do... Yeah, don't follow that. Wait for him to do that. Go underneath. Don't chase. Definitely do not chase. Unlucky. No. Quick heal. Watch the ceiling very carefully. Got psyched out because he was in a weird position, and I thought he was going to jump backwards from there for some reason. Which he opted not to do. I should have gone underneath. I wasn't ready for that. I disagree, but okay, that's fine. I am starting to dodge late is what's happening. So there's not enough distance from the dash to get me safely past him. Oh, that was a real rough ceiling pattern, Jesus. Fucker. I'm gonna start beating his brother to death just out of spite at this point. Realize it's an evil thing to do after I picked the rematch and then, you know, got mad about losing it. But we've already established I'm probably not the hero, so. God damn it. Give me a nicer pattern from the ceiling, please, God. My brain is so small. Cat's brains are growing smaller to steal a Ricky line. I cannot deal with multiple things falling from the ceiling and also the guy I gotta track, who has a hitbox the size of a goddamn planet. I thought he was jumping backwards. He was not, in fact, jumping backwards. Three of them? Fuck you. Yes, do more of that, please. I'd love you to come out of the corner. Thank you. Okay, there we go. Alright, do I get something for killing these doofuses? Because I'll do it. I'm not above it, but I can't remember if there is anything or not. Yes. Thank you for driving me to cruelty, Hunter. I love you, and your desire to be cruel to people. Jesus. Well, I hope you all have a happier life, not in kingdom of shitty hierarchies. I could talk to Grubfather, but big stretch. You're right. Do I want to get somewhere else first? Nah, I got enough of a journey to go. I will be right. Let's put on something more cheerful. Here. I know what to leave it on while I do my stretch break. 1 second. There we go. Everyone's favorite girl. Where is my goddamn layout bit? BRB. Hello. I don't know if cruelty is the way I would phrase it, but I do support rough play for those who ask for it, as a sometimes practitioner of same. Or a writer of same, depending on which of my persona I'm pretending to be at this moment. Is this not a way out? Unless that's just one of the things that becomes blocked off after the infection happens, which I could believe. The guy did mention do this before the crossroads become infected because it's easier, but unfortunately I did not remember shit about how this quest works, so... I don't remember which one of these guys respawn, but I suppose we will find out. I may have forgotten to have a proper dinner, and maybe I'm feeling it now, but I'm not going to deal with that at this moment. Trisha, baby, I need you to continue moving, hon. You can't go that way either. God. Baby. Okay, Trisha, over here. I think I did not remember even a little bit how many paths are blocked off after the infection happens. Which is going to be perhaps a big burden on my quest to do this side quest. Trisha, I know there's exciting moving things on the screen, baby, but here, would you mind if I cleared some space for you and you laid down on it and stopped being in the way? I see the disapproval, Rowan. I don't blame you, but I also don't have a lot of great stuff to cook right now, and you know how I feel about cooking things. Can you please run to the spikes? Thank you. And also the timing worked out poorly with previous gaming engagement shit I had. Well, it worked out especially poorly because of the not having food easily on demand. Did I get you? Yes, I did. Like, this kind of scenario is actually exactly why I, like, got into ordering delivery a lot, like, years and years back, because of the specific, like, I'm going to get home at a time when it is not convenient to make food. Certainly not by gaming event time, therefore I should cook some. Or not cook some. Therefore, I should do the opposite of cooking some. I should just make sure it's going to be there by delivery. But I already burned that earlier in the day and didn't want to order a second delivery. So instead, I will be hungry and regretful. And, I don't know. Find something to munch on, probably. I have a suspicion these guys are among the things that respawn, unfortunately, when you reload, but... I know I'm way off the suggested path at this point, but I'm trying to figure out even what the suggested path is. Or how to get back on it, rather. Be obnoxious. Oh well. This is what I signed up for, unintentionally or otherwise. I will simply get through it. I think on another stretch break, I will at least go fetch some of the... Hopefully still good. I think I have a couple that have not... I don't think have spoiled. Fucking seed snack bars? I don't know how to describe them. They have like the consistency of like a Rice Krispie, but they're made out of like... They're like a more organic thing made out of like seeds and shit. They're not amazing, but they're fine. And if I ate 2 of them, that would be something. I think I have exactly 2 of them left. Ah, clever iframe usage. They said it couldn't be done. No one said this. Okay, yeah. So a decent ways into the Queen's Gardens, but through... I have a feeling some of these jellyfish are the kind of enemy that will respawn, but I guess, again, we'll see when I actually come through here with a the flower. Ow. Ow. I'm being punished for my sins. Which ones? I don't know. Some of them, I'm sure. Almost. I did have... Yes, things of this nature. The bagels I had for lunch were good though. I ordered from not my favoritist breakfast place near me, but one that is certainly one I've liked. It had a bunch before, and I got like 2 egg and cheddar sandwiches and a buttered bagel, which apparently was 2 halves of bagel. I couldn't remember how they did it. And a buttered bagel, I guess, feels pretty silly of things to deliver, but I got it previously. It's like, no, it's good though. May not be a particularly complicated meal or like a particularly justified thing to order as long as you're ordering food, but it tastes good. And, you know, in my probably driven by autistic flavor perceptions ass's perception, it is nice to, you know, counterbalance delicious egg and cheese sandwich with also delicious buttered bagel that is a slightly different flavor palette. Ow. I think these spike guys might be among the things that respawn. Okay, where am I going from here? Now, would you mind? I know you gotta fight me and all, but can't you see that I'm looking at the map off screen? It's up there. Okay, so it's not too far from here, actually. This is among the, well, I say easier. There's plenty to, you know, take damage from here, but it is at least a shorter section than the journey. I don't know if I have a particular opinion on sour things. I don't think these guys are particularly a threat to Flower Quest, but gotta be safe. Is this the only way to it? 'Cause, oh, this is good. Well, first of all, you shouldn't do what I'm doing, but even if I do it the correct way, like, this is real easy to fuck up in a way that's going to be real frustrating. But I guess that is, again, the quest. I see. That sounds about right. Is this any... No, that is going the wrong way. I want to go down here. That doesn't respawn at least. I guess the only problem is I think if I'm bothering to clear the path of enemies, I guess I'm not certain that it's the case, but I have a strong suspicion that using the Dream Gate to warp back will reset the enemies. And I'm not willing to test that. Which means there's no benefit to setting it in the first place. I guess not much cost, because the cost is all in when you actually come back, but... Okay, so these guys also respawn, but that's fine. Certainly much better than the big guys respawning, given how my track record is with dodging those attacks. Nope, not that way. This is going to be blocked off, but at least I had the benefit of seeing how it looks blocked off from the other side. Yeah. Unfortunate. Right, the only other way is most of the way up and around. Ugh. I know I literally just did this path, but I guess I'm fully appreciating how much shit that blocks you off from. I think the little guys respawn here, but thankfully the grub flies do not seem to. So my life is not as much hell as it could potentially be. And all these little guys also did not respawn. Wonderful. I don't think these are respawns. I just didn't kill those before because I didn't need to. I guess I can just take this route next time. Like, I'm going to have to clear a room below me that I did not clear out already, but... Oh no, I did clear this one out. I think. I'm reasonably sure. So I'm wondering, since I'm going off course anyways, if this is a better route to take than what I was kind of making on the way here. Come on, get out of the ceiling, you fucker. Do not sit on the evil bench. The bench is temptation. I will be strong. I will persevere. I guess the benefit of having set the dream portal is it at least reminds me exactly where I'm trying to get back to every time, which is not nothing. This is safe to dash across, as is this. I wonder if dashing breaks the flower. I could imagine it does. I don't think it does, but I guess we'll find out. Is that? Oh no. I thought that was an item. It was just a face. Past it? No, not that one. That, yep, there you are. Yeah, I suck, I'm terrible, etc., etc., etc. It's really not that big a deal, but I do continue to think it's mean-spirited to have her have dialogue specifically to be, like, sad at you. And specifically partly because sad is a worse thing for any character to be in about me than, you know, disappointed or any other emotion. Or I guess disappointed is basically equivalent. Like, sad and or disappointed is worse than, like, frustrated or angry in a way. There's a reason we have the, you know, semi-joking, I'm not mad, I'm just disappointed, and that can carry more rhetorical weight. Let me see if that did just break the flower, because I don't think it did, but... Again, it should not dash into a new screen, though. Also, what I should have is more water. Let's also respawn, huh? don't need to walk necessarily, but I'm very afraid of spikes that I forgot about or such things. Or, you know, enemies that I know will respawn that are on the floor that I need to not walk into by mistake. And it was down from here. Not into the spike pit. And very important, do not jump into spike pit. Trisha, baby, I don't need you pawing at the screen, honey. Suddenly these guys are the scariest enemy in the game. The one I want. Yeah. Trisha, baby, I don't need you. I know you want to act exactly in the baby. I don't need you sitting up looking at the screen. You can just look at it, or you can go sit in your box. That works too. She always gets very upset with me, like trying to move her back from anything or like change her position anyway. It's like, honey, I need you to not take a maximally obnoxious position here. Okay, most of the way there. I just need to be careful with the little bush guys here. And also the spikes. Must never forget that spikes also cause you to take damage, as it turns out. Many don't know this. Man, I wonder who that could be. Oh, I know I'm gonna have it, right? Alright. God damn it, I pressed the wrong one. Oh well. We know the route, it's fine. I can walk it one more time. fact, we can also just do aggressive things like this now. There's no cost. Oh no, my flower is destroyed. Not really. I guess I could also take a stag back, but I feel like in the spirit of this thing, I might as well just walk back. Warping would have been better, but since I have fucked with that opportunity, I will simply walk. Ow. A few lines of can't remember. I think it is murderers or that or I'm pretty sure it's murderers from Magnificent Bastards by Dog Park Dissidents. It's just bouncing around in my head. That song's real good, as is that album, as is that band. Right, that's across. Oh god. Here. Can I go underneath here? Probably. I think it's just not cleared of enemies, but there's no reason I can't. I should do a little bit of healing, perhaps. Just in case. Ow. Walk directly into that one. And that one. A little aggressive, but whatever. Yeah? Just go right through here, huh? Interesting. God, I just straight up did not remember at all how much of the crossroads is cut off like this late in the game. Like, I remembered, like, the concept of, like, the world changing in this way, though I think as I remarked on that stream, I didn't remember when. But I did not remember that other part of the world change. Well, now I know. Continue to love the very tinny music in the tram. It's cute. I do need to figure out how you get up that section there, but I can worry about that after I wrap this quest up. I also want to double check how you get the scenes with Hornet at the grave, and make sure I do that before titty music. I mean, I'd go for that too, but I need to figure out how you get like this story stuff with Hornet and like make sure she's on your side for I want to say like one last fight there with the beast, but I'm not 100%. Okay, are you proud of me? There we go. Oh, I love to bring peace to people. Okay. That's done. I really do love all the NPCs that you can give a flower to. Like that's a great mechanic, even if I'm just straight up not willing to do it in this run. I'm just misremembering. I thought that was a thing tied to Hornup. Maybe I'm thinking of a different plot event. Okay. Just to go do that now. I could also do grub hunting, I suppose. Let's go do our final like dreamer fight, and then I'm gonna go fight the collector, who I have just missed apparently. Oh, apparently that was one of the fights I remembered specifically. I just have not had an opportunity to go fight him, and also I didn't remember how to get to him. But I have the wiki open, so we can answer questions such as these. I remember the Clutcher being one of those fights that was annoying as fuck, but I'm here to kill every boss in the game, so we will simply grin and bear it. Alright, well, how do I get out of... Oh, up through here. I guess I can also talk to the Seer again, because I think I'm over another threshold. Oh, wrong room. Nice. I know it opens like a bunch of fights, or like dreamed sources and or fights, but I will worry about that later. Okay. No, actually, I want to. Let's see. How do I get into that resting grounds section I have missed? And what secrets await me? Oh, interesting. So it connects to a different... Oh, no, I just have it. Never mind. I think I just missed that I had, in fact, completed that bit of the map. Well, never mind then. I don't have anything else to do here. Oh, there's a whole... Oh, man, I didn't remember any of this. Jesus. I need a specific key that I do not have. That is found in the Queen's Gardens. So I guess I also need to figure out where that key is hidden. Okay. Yeah, okay, that's why I was thinking I hadn't discovered that opening bit, because like this is again one of the sections where the game, like, I guess because you can't go back up that fall, doesn't mark what that's for. So my brain keeps going like, oh, that's a place I've not been before, and no, I have. Let's diverge to get some collector's items squared away. And then we can go fight the beast. I think I've been almost in the... Oh, I see. It's just that bottom right bit. I see. Let me open this map, though, just to be sure I'm not missing anything else I would love to see. No, it does not appear I am missing anything else besides... Oh, that's not even... What does that connect to? Oh, that's another instance of it just not marking exits. Okay. But I do want to be in that bottom right section. Which... Okay. Zoop. Now it is time to fall down this hole. It is now the hole that was made for me. And Mally's the point. I played. Oh, I think I already said this. I played Peak earlier with folks and had a good time, enjoyed it and all. But we did not in fact summit just because we only had an hour and just got kind of beating it in an hour would have been optimistic with a group where I think a bunch of us haven't played a bunch in the first place. And especially was so after we kind of just like routed badly and got stuck in tropics and then never got it. Have I just not been down here? Like, getting stuck in tropics made it worse is what I was trying to get to. And the whole point of this that I wanted to bring up is that I have not gotten my daily completion in, which has not been a thing I've consistently done every day since starting Peak. There's definitely been days when I've not gotten to completion at all, but I've frequently gotten them. And I told myself I, didn't want to touch the game until I had that play session, because I wanted to, discover it with the people I was playing with and have fun. But I had thought that maybe I would want to play afterwards to get that completion in. Okay, that's where that goes. I see. However, I am realizing, streaming late into the night, I am not, in fact, going to do that. And I will just live without having a completion today. I also realize this is off the path I need to take, but I was wondering if there was a shortcut I could open here, since I'm going down here anyway. Or since I accidentally went down here anyway. I don't know if there is, but... yeah, tomorrow I will, I guess, resume my pursuit of challenge wins and such in that game. Though I am mostly out of things I can do solo in Peak, as it turns out. So I can still do an under-hour completion. I can do journal entry stuff. And I can do a secret scary thing, which I know how to trigger, but is not fully in my control. It's not something I can necessarily trigger on demand in every run. And then besides those, everything else is something I have to earn in multiplayer, which is fine. I'm happy to play that game with people. It's fun. But when I don't have an ongoing group session ahead of me to enable that, I will simply have to not pursue achievements for a minute, which is fine. I was very happy that I already knocked out one of said multiplayer only achievements for that game is to heal teammates for 100 points of damage in one run. And I had, and still have, in fact, no idea how much that is, because like the game, obviously doesn't display those units. And, doesn't really make it clear how much healing you're doing. So, kind of looking at that in the Steam list, I was like, oh, that probably is going to take a bunch of runs, or, I say getting lucky, but, I don't wish for the pain of my friends, but having an opportunity to heal a bunch in one run seemed like what you would need. But, no, I just got that the first run, not even trying particularly hard. And I think not even really being sure I was healing. Like, I think it might have been, like, healing from, like, reaching the fire at the end of the first zone. But, hey, if the game counts it, the game counts it. So, I have that done now, and that is not among my problems anymore. Oh, I see why I missed this. I didn't have swimming back then. That's going to be the answer for a lot of these, I know, but... Ow, fuck you. Okay. Actually, is that going to be faster to go? Where does that lead again? Oh, that's pretty close to Queen Station, so yes, actually that is worth taking out. Oh, I have not opened this. Interesting. I forgot about this interaction in journal entry. Well, sorry about that, I guess. I should check the map again. Okay. Nope, wrong one. How you doing, though? Still doing okay up there? Still enjoying the food? I would love to see you try. Yeah, I hadn't realized, and I guess I'm not surprised in retrospect, that the Glade of Spirits is the most of the Kickstarter backers for this game. And also, like, I think I continually forget that Hollow Knight was a Kickstarter game. Like, it was the model for so long that I can't, and I guess still is, just, you know, not in the same way and with necessarily the same impact, but forget sometimes that these were things that, you know, came up through there. Right. Remind me again where the Collector's Tower is. Okay. That's what? Oh, I've been in there. I just didn't have the key. Right. Well, that's in a way convenient. Okay, and actually that is not that bad to get into then. I think, unless I'm misremembering. Sorry, I'm staring at... I am once again doing map comparisons to see if there are rooms I'm missing. Besides the one related to the collector stuff. But it does not appear so. But I think because I already unlocked where the door is, this is actually not that difficult of a backtrack, which neat. I hope my recording's not fucked up from this, I guess, is my major concern. Because I'm still getting those flashes of, not dropped frames, because OBS tracks that separately, and that number has not gone up. But whatever it keeps complaining about in the bottom left of my screen, whenever there is a little lag spike, it continues to happen, and presumably will continue to happen. Okay, from here... Wait, no. I did miss it. I wanted to get out of range of the explodey boys first before worrying about anything, but... Right, yeah, here. Not here. Here? Oh, is this the back door? Then where is the front door? I assume this is how you got in, but maybe I'm not... I guess this is the back door they were talking about, but that does not answer my question of how to... It's cool that it opens the King Station later. Can you inform me how to get to it? The wiki tells me it is accessible from that deep elevator shaft, but I don't see how to actually get into it, is the thing. Oh, unless it's from... Okay, is it there? Maybe it is there. It might be... here. I had assumed it was here, but that must be the back entrance they mean. Okay, that's still not that far out of my way. It does mean I wasted a bit of time, though. Which I'll live, but I do prefer to not waste my time. I knew that would backfire. Oh, I could just... Right, yeah, you can just do this on this one. Right. And this one too, right. It. Okay, then I really don't understand how you get into this. I was right at that door. How? I don't remember seeing a prompt to use it, so I assume that was not the place to use it, but I guess I'll avoid saying self-deprecatory things, but I don't understand. It makes my girlfriend unhappy when I say such things, you see. Okay, I don't care, I don't care, I don't care. Just show me the part where you use the key. This is why I don't watch video guides. I simply want to know the answer for why this didn't work. It was just open for them. Is it the thing you have to, like, rest first? Is that it? Can't possibly be. What the fuck? Oh, it's in Kingdom's Edge. Okay. The top... fuck. I see. I understand now. Okay. I'm not going to check, and therefore I'm going to know that I'm right, because I didn't check to prove that I'm wrong. But I'm pretty sure the wiki is pointing at the wrong one, and that's why I got confused. I'm choosing to believe that's true. I'm sorry if I'm slandering the brave people of the official non-fandom Hollow Knight wiki by saying so, but it'll make my pride better, so it's good, actually. Trisha Baby, okay. Yeah, just having to like backtrack from video stuff or just like that is not even like my least favorite thing. I think my least favorite thing is not that that's not bad. I think like the thing that always bothers me is like being locked into like exactly following what a video author did for like, you know, a set of like 30 collectibles or whatever, because like otherwise it just becomes impossible to tell how they got where they got or like what they're doing. It is a matter of like which I guess is a problem like I've seen in like text guides too, but it's annoying. Silk Song when it's good and ready. I need to... Okay, there we go. We eventually did land. I don't know what I expected. I was thinking, I'm so clever, I'll kill this guy from the top of the platform so it's safe, and I did not think through the consequences of my actions. Obnoxious. Alright, let's go do our little side story. Well, I'm glad one of us is having fun. Royal the Collector was also one of my least favorite fights in the Pantheon or just general, just because it's so much, like, hard to predict bullshit. Like, again, like, part of that complaint just derives from, you know, I'm rusty as fuck. I don't remember the attack patterns, but I do remember, even when I was, you know, fresher on this fight, that I felt that way. Okay, Trisha, baby, I need you to not take your time crossing over, honey. Baby, lay down. Right, is there a faster way to get to that bit, given that I have to do that? Not really, I guess is the answer. And this doesn't open until you win, right? Yeah, that's what I thought. We were once again left with Obnoxious Run Back, the Soul story. No, 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 no. Okay, that is maybe saved, but I really didn't want to fall down this area. Lag spikes not helping, as it turns out. Oh no, that's not. No, it's down here and then here. One of these I go against Trish's desire to not be pushed or prod on the desk. Just that's a good bit. I forgot they do that. Trisha will like lay right against my arm and then have like a twitching tail or twitching fur because like she's too close to me and doesn't like the way it feels on her fur. And I like push her away a little bit so that stops happening and she'll get upset at me for it. And it's like, I'm trying to make you less annoyed. What do you want from me? She is simply a small cat that can't think these things through, but I must deal with the consequences all the same. I feel like really the strategy here is such as I ever had one, which is you gotta stay really on top of the spawns and then just get your hits in when you can. And also attempt to not get owned by the boss jumping like that. And then fail, apparently. I do also like the kind of music remix you get here for a boss song. It's neat. But I think it's just like general enemy fight remix, which, neat, like I said. That's one of the things that's annoying about it too, is like you can heal when she goes into the ceiling sometimes. Well, it helps us to have juice to heal with, for one thing. But for another, it really depends on what she spawns, and you have no way of knowing that in advance. I don't know, I always feel like when I'm saying things like that, I'm simply complaining about the fight having difficulty, and I don't know. I feel like there's a nuance there to complain more specifically. But I, being the way I am, assume I cannot frame a complaint in a way that doesn't make me a baby who should stop complaining. Partially driven by knowing that there are very much things I am being a baby about in this kind of game. It's not necessarily the things I am now complaining about, but they do exist. Ow. Nope. I pathed back to where the exit is again. Mostly because I really want to not be running back so much of this, but the game will not hear my pleas, unfortunately. Nope. That remains... Is there a way to climb up any faster here, or is that just... I think the answer might unfortunately be no, but I want to see if there's any faster route I could be taking to make my life easier. I guess getting over to here faster is at least something. I would love the game to stop, or my GPU to stop conspiring against me in this way. Yeah, dude, that was risky. Never mind. It was actually perfect, and I'm the best player that's ever lived. Neat. I have to have at least most of the grubs by this point, but I don't know if I have a good guess as to how many I am missing. So if I do note, it's 3 fewer than I was missing a moment ago, which is nice. So in like the kind of like fragmented way I've been remembering this game, I did in fact remember the No, you're supposed to hit a lever to open those doors. I need to do that before I leave. I remembered the collector. I did not remember where the collector was, and I did not remember the collector's map, and that grubs were also found here. Okay. Did I just miss a lever in that room? Am I blind? That's not a lever. That's a light. I need to check this on the wiki too, because I don't remember where this is. I don't understand where lever is. Could be on the way out, but I'm afraid of falling out of the upper bit and having to make that trek once more. I guess also the dream nail mechanic I'm ignoring because of the cost is partly their answer to the run back thing of just you could in theory just spend a portal to get there. How do I get to? I don't understand how I'm meant to open those doors. I guess if I have no reason to come back here, it doesn't really matter, but I desire to have everything open for me. To show my progress in the world and whatever. Oh, did these open secretly? Oh, they did. Oh, okay, so it's just this. I see. Okay. So I guess I assume when it didn't occur to me, I guess, that this little, like, U-shaped bit I'm in now, like, was here, I guess. I was thinking, oh, that other section must have the lever, and no, that was incorrect. Whatever. I have slid quite a ways down my desk chair. I do need to kill these guys a few more times, despite it being miserable to kill them, which is why I haven't. Well, why I haven't killed enough of them for the hunter's purposes. I have killed a good number of them. Do your double swing. Nope. You know, might as well while I'm here. They set the elevator back up the last time I was here, just as a joke, and I guess the joke was upon future me. So, thank you, past self, for that, I suppose. Oh, wrong one. It's up here, isn't it? I've already beaten all my money out of this woman. Doesn't mean I can't, you know, do it for old time's sake. She deserves it. She robbed me of my money. Of course, I already beat my money and interest out of her, but, you know, I'm a very stressed bug. I've got a lot going on. Yeah, it's below here. Okay. Where? Oh, presumably it's in one of these rooms, but have I been in this one? I would have thought I'd been in all these. I mean, there's several possible solutions to that. Sorry, I thought I was going to get more fights. Several possible solutions to that, Tronaline. Among which is getting into it yourself and then becoming part of the problem, as so many of us have before. Do your double swing, bitch. Thank you. Ow. That wasn't double. You should hit me twice for my lip. Yeah, that's fair. It's a big thing, and you've got characters and ideas in mind that can be a bit to shape and can take a bit of work to actually shape into a whole idea. But it is compelling, it turns out. It's become much more compelling to me over time in ways I didn't realize it would be. still working hard on editing the next chapter, which was in theory done, but I knew it would need editing passes. And in addition to needing editing passes, I realized it needs... Well, I guess maybe this is implied in an editing pass, but it specifically needs rewrites to add scenes or add flavor on scenes I hadn't thought about on the first draft. So that is definitely worth my time to take. But eventually it will exist. I do also hope that, I don't know, without meaning to impart pressure along with it, I hope that you do find, you know, things that compel you enough to write. I found it valuable generally to, you know, read works by people and have the gift of kind of seeing into their soul a little bit as part of that. Seeing what drives them and what interests them enough to, you know, put words to paper or paint to page or etc., 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 etc. No, up, please. Thank you. No, that's not the right way. I wouldn't... Sorry, I'm listening to dialogue. I need to get my proper fight with this boy at some point. It depends, I guess, the useless answer I'm going to give. Like, I think it's good to have an idea of, like, the general outline at the very least. I think whether you want it written out is going to depend a lot on, like, how you want to write. And, like, that's kind of hard to tell before you really get into it. Like, I'm pretty sure I have a better outline for Trust and, like, the bits I have of the arc after it than I had for Wildfire. And, like, even what I have for Trust is not complete. And, like, what I have on paper is not, like, an accurate version of, like, what's in my head and, like, what I intend to write. But I think having something is good. And I think kind of also what's good is, like, if you're really getting into writing it, I think it's good to kind of, you know, whenever you have new bits of it or rethink parts of it, to at least write that down. Like, having notes of some kind, definitely good, and, like, definitely dump brain to paper, or, you know, digital paper, whenever you can. Yeah, I think it definitely, like, it hasn't been my approach to, you know, aggressively outline, but I think it does help to know where you're trying to go. Is it not? I guess it's not over here. Let's see. It's over here. Yeah, I am also a sufferer, and, like, it definitely gets me off track a lot. I think I just have not really solved that with an outline, I guess, at least not in a sense of, like... Was I getting more fight here, or was that it? I don't know. I definitely outlined somewhat for that reason, but I don't know that it is the whole of my solution to that, I guess. I don't know if that's a useful way to phrase it. I do know it's very frequently the case that working on like modeling stuff pushes me to do writing or vice versa, and like I guess that crossing over like yeah, the grub is definitely somewhere in here. That's why I've missed it so many times. So I'm trying to form the rest of that thought and also play the video game, and it's difficult as it turns out. I guess the thought I was trying to get to, so much as I had one, was that it's sometimes a blessing to be driven between multiple things with ADHD, because I have several kinds of artistic disciplines that I'm interested in doing, and I value the time I spend on all of them. However, it is less than ideal when, like, you know, I'm yanked away less productively, I guess, or, you know, as a result have a bunch of, like, unfinished things when I would like to have more things that are more finished. Yeah, I don't know if I'll be as good of a modeling teacher as you might hope. I've kind of already worried that I've not been helpful when I've tried for your sake and others, but I can give what I can in DMs some other time and see if it is helpful. Yeah, I guess that answer your original question, like, definitely outline something, and, like, in the general sense, have your, when you have ideas, try to frame them in a way you can refer to later. So you're not, you know, subject to the worst version of your brain. But I guess also, definitely allow for the fact that, like, in writing scenes you will find, if not, you know, new directions for the story, new lenses and framings for things you had already planned to write. Like, I definitely had, like, stuff for, like, other, like, earlier AUs in the characters' lives, or I guess AUs is not the word, earlier eras in the characters' lives fell out for me of writing scenes. I was like, oh, why are these characters fighting? What is the tension? Why are they acting the way they are? And then, you know, realized new things I had not fully thought out about the characters. I guess that could be like, well, you could also, you know, diagram all that stuff out too, but, like, that has been too big of a project for me to consider, let alone work on. And, like, wanting to get to, like, more fun stuff. Hello. Wanting to get to more fun AUs, which was not even the core AU at the time. It was, like, wanting to write my own custom setting. Drove me to, you know, not even fully flesh out those other eras of the characters' lives as much as I could have, as much as would flesh them out more. Which I guess has kind of, like, incentivized me to continue being kind of disjointed about it. Just like, you know, I'm going to go back to these settings and write more stuff, and then maybe I'll, you know, dip back eventually to flesh out different parts of their lives and why they ended up the way they are now. Or, you know, how they'll be in the future. Like, I don't necessarily plan the core setting to be the end of my character's story. Given, you know, things about them and, like, things about what I want to write that might... How did I miss you, bud? I have a lot of ideas for the core setting, and, like, I guess I'll have to figure out how they emerge to a new setting if I end up doing that, but... Oh, that's definitely a lifeblood heart, isn't it? I can hear it. And the question is, where? Well, it's kind of an answer, but not enough of one. What are you? I have no memory of this place. Well, that's nice and all, but that was not what I was looking for. Oh. Now I really have no memory of this place. Hello. Well, I did say I need new money. Oh. And Aurora. And, well, in advance, Tourmaline, if I miss you actually falling asleep. I value you both hanging out here. And our chats and such. Night, honey bun. Yeah, I am definitely an enemy of the sun. Enemy of heat. I might also be that way. I think I can get by off a sheet, at least in the hotter parts of the year, but I'm definitely generally a blanket wanter. Though I did stop using my comforter in exchange for one of my spare blankets that I've usually had somewhere near the couch that I think I washed because, like, as the case of most surfaces in my apartment, Trish's fur has gotten all over it. So I wanted to wash it, and I think at that point I just decided to make it my bed blanket instead, so that I can be made less hot at night. I don't know if there's anything else down here, but I'm curious about how I'm supposed to get to that lifeblood heart, so... Oh, this is the mushroom guy, isn't it? Or it would be once I activate whatever conditions he needs. Well, I'll deal with that later, I suppose. Okay, but back to my original question of how lifeblood hard. Okay, maybe going this way is the roll. Let's not walk into this guy again. Ow. Let's not walk into spikes either. Ow. I specifically said let's not walk into spikes. Okay, so if I can't jump that high, that's probably the exit. Am I intended to go in through here? Or perhaps through up here? Oh! No. Perhaps... Ow. Can you please be a convenient platform for me and not murder me a lot? Thank you. Okay, you know what? Let me ask the internet. Oh, Jesus. He's trying very hard to kill me, and he is not yet succeeding, but... Oh, there's not. It's one of those guys. Interesting. Well, that's significantly less interesting to me. If it's one of the Rancid Egg depositories and not a... Jesus Christ, what are words? I don't care about Rancid Eggs. I did care about, theoretically, a Cocoon. I guess I can also get that one up there, and I suppose I will. Okay. It's all the grubs in... So can I see the grubs in the whole map, or is it just... Oh, no, you can. Wonderful. So that's done. That's done. This is done. That's all done. That's all done. There's one there. Is it just that one? Two. Okay. I think I might finish this collection nonsense and do the Hera, however you're meant to pronounce that name, fight. This'n. And then wrap, and then leave whatever other end game, or close to end of main story stuff I'm missing for next session. Which might include doing some enemy grinding. So I'm going to do some more in this session, but I could imagine leaving some off for next time. It's not quite as late for me as it is for Honey Bunny, but it is somewhat late for me. And I usually have a couple, or an hour or so of, after stream of getting the recordings up anyways. And I also want to double check that the recording is not fucked at all from the OBS issues I've been having. Which it might be, and if there is, there's nothing I can do about it. I guess I will maybe look into it for next session on Linux, but... Is it this one, or no? A little bit higher. Here? Here. What am I missing in the journal? Still a bunch of stuff, I'm sure, but let's go and just kind of look through it. Interesting. I gotta figure out where these guys still spawn. I was told that, like, you can't miss any enemies. They always spawn somewhere, but I don't know where uninfected versions of these guys spawn. Same thing for these guys, honestly. I think one of these guys I will basically just discover in the Coliseum if I finish the Fool trial, which is fine, but... Man, I gotta go hunt these guys down near the God Home stuff, which. Okay, one of those I'll probably find by accident. These. Oh, these are. What, hiding some. These are, in the failed tramway, I want to say, so I guess I can farm those at some point. What are those? Same difference. Those guys are. I think I just replay that fight for these sakes, but I need to remember how to get more of these at this point. I think there's that one area, like, deep in the basin or something that these are found in. I'll have to look it up. I think all the Coliseum specific stuff I have already seen. Oh. I guess I'll see one of these on the way down when I'm going back to the Abyss for final stuff. Okay. So, good progress in all of that, basically. There's a few that I'm going to straight up go and grind, but that's fine. Grubs were in Fungus Land and the Deep Nest. I have 5 badges to get still. I'm gonna do a quick stretch break and get a snack. I will be right back. Should have done the snack a while ago, but because of focus on the game and being hungry, I did not actually go do it. So I'll do it now. Hello. I'm just going to take pills, so I'll be AFK for all. I'll be at keyboard, but not playing for a moment longer. I've been all right at it. I've been all right at drinking water tonight, but one of the nice fringe benefits of needing to take my hormones in pill form is that it forces me to drink a bunch of water to swallow the pills. So at nights when I'm being worse about having water at night, it is useful to have my alarm, or not my alarm, but have my to note that it's past midnight and then have to drink a bunch of water to have the pills. It's like, all right, well, now I've had water and hormones. Or does it not cost anything? I guess I always assumed it cost something because it flashes the number afterwards, but maybe I've just always been wrong and it's just showing you that that's the essence you have because you're doing dream nail shit and you might want to know. Well, whatever. Truly wild how a headache you developed because you didn't eat enough, and also maybe despite drinking water had not drunk enough water, will instantly go away when you eat food and also drink water. It's weird how your body does in fact have ways to signal to you that you should do something. Oh, sorry, I mean, synthetic food, and my synthetic body, and synthetic signals, of course, naturally. Because I am the villain Carmilla, and not... God, how did I not go here? I have been up here, did I just not... Well, whatever. It's not possible to interrogate and not worth interrogating. How I missed that. I've got it now. Past is another country and my past self is a stranger or something. I wonder if there's a bunch of areas in this game they had to like suddenly change the geometry on at some point in development, because they realized it would be nice if you could just like crystal dash through them, but like they were slightly off so that you couldn't or something. Like there's a bunch of spots they explicitly meant you to crystal dash because it's required, or you see the ow. Because either explicitly required or like it's designed to be easier with it and indicate as such with the crystal. But I imagine they also took care to be like, well, it would be nice if players could dash through a bunch of areas to reward them for getting that power. Ow. Nope, I think I didn't actually want to do that. Oh, right. I never rescued Zote from this, did I? I guess that also explains why I've not gotten this scrub. Let's worry about the grub first, because Zote will be fine, probably. And also, I don't actually care about Zote, as established, so... Oh, that's not bad. Well, you have to be a little careful, but... Nice! We'll go get our cutscene reward in a second. I guess I should, in fact, rescue Zote. Even though my heart is telling me to let that man die. Oh, probably that left entrance then, yeah. Sorry, I'm just skimming a map of the Deepnest to see what shit I'm missing. It's not much at this point, but there is non-zero things. Alright. But first, let's rescue everyone's... Oh. I think a lot of people think Zoda's goofy in a fun way. I think I just have little patience for character who's annoying. Or, you know, a dick for no reason. Oh, for the reason that that's their character, but... I don't know. Like, I just have a little patience for, like, oh, that rascal. It's like, no, I don't want to deal with a guy who's nasty to me. Oh god, I forgot about this room. The things I do for my least favorite character in the game. I'm glad his thoughts are just the things he says, though. That's very funny that he is just exactly the same either way. Alright, man. Good luck with that. Neat. I guess, like, Zote also is not as bad as, like, my true least favorite, like, guy who's a rascal who people, you know, love because he's a rascal. Patches from, you know, Mainline Souls is who... Is that a broken pathway? No. I have always just straight up hated him because I don't get a lot of joy out of a character who just fucks you over. And who, like, even once I realized his thing is he always fucks you over, still had to, you know, walk into the trap because he was required for, you know, side quests or whatever. I should get a couple kills on these guys while I'm here. And we'll have to get more, but it's a start. It's very satisfying to kill him in, well, in several games, but specifically in Demon Souls, because it's required for, what, full personal black karma or whatever it's called? Full black soul tendency or something. So, and that was an excuse to just kill him. Straight up. I don't know why I'm trying to use spells with no spell charge. Nice. Neat. Okay, let's get a grub cutscene, and then see about those badges, and then maybe do the first trial again, just so we can see, so I can kick Zote's ass. And then I can do our last streamer. Trisha, baby, don't try to touch monitor, okay? You don't need to. Ow. Actually, since this is a relatively convenient setup to do it, I'm gonna also just farm out the kills on these guys, so I don't have to worry about it anymore. Because these are one of the ones where they'll definitely be annoying to go and out of my way to get in future. But I'm already here. So why not do it now? I'm sorry that we're still getting encoding overloaded stuff. I have no way of promising it won't be like that next time, but one hopes. Maybe I can double check my settings and make sure I've not accidentally done some absurd OBS thing that is causing this, but we'll see. Nice. Alright, from here... Okay. Now. My suspicion really is that, like, the reason I'm getting encoding overload so much is just that, for whatever reason, due to whatever nonsense I had to do to get this game, like, not wanting to be at 4K in the first place, it is putting more of a strain on the GPU than it was last time. And then, as a result, because of that, you know, extra strain... I'm trying to talk, do you mind? As a result, because of that extra strain, the... you know, recording, streaming, encoding is therefore working on an overloaded GPU. Like, I don't think the recording or streaming itself is the problem, but I will check that just to be sure. Motherfucker, I'm a dumbass. Oh, okay. So I have not gotten the Zote update for her yet. He has at least one more bad share for me, which then leaves 4 more to be found in the world. Yes. They're all so happy. Well, time to go rest on a bench and expect nothing much to change about that room. I don't know why I'm not just dashing back across. We already proved that it works. Why change? Why fight success? I really should just take the chain, but it has always felt slightly cooler to me to actually just jump up like that. Even if in practice it really is not. Especially if you flub it like I did. First you don't succeed, try again and run to the exact same problem. Well, I'm glad you're all having fun. I remember that happened. I did not remember you can hear them still doing wowie, wowie, wowie inside. This game is good and also silly. Okay. I guess Charms is my next immediate completionism nonsense thing. I know I'm missing at least one charm related to the Nightmare King stuff, but I can't remember if that's counted in this or not. Oh, I should have a screen up that shows me which ones I have, shouldn't I? Or if these are in order also, I can just make this a lot easier for myself, but just zoom in. Nail, Pride. That one. Lifeblood Core. Shape of Boom. Glory. Well, I guess actually the logic I was thinking was like, oh, surely this menu is like built for the original release of the game, and then like the other five pop in somewhere. It's like, again, no, this game's really good about integrating the DLC. So I guess I would not necessarily assume that, or that the achievements for the game think of things that way. Yeah, Grimchild is tied into Nightmare stuff, so I will simply not worry about that one yet. Fear of the Fallen. I just didn't see that one, I guess. Great. Neat. Okay, so that's that one. Interesting. Oh. Maybe I'll just get this one then. One of them is the lifeblood one that you have to have a bunch of lifeblood hearts forged. I think I've been to that door, but did not remember. But I will go down there and I guess I can start working on it now, actually, if I manage to not get hit too much on the way back out. But since there is lifeblood right here, in fact. It's easy to remember to not reflexively sit on a bench. Okay. Okay. Let's also save that for next session, but I wanted to verify that was one of the things unlocked with the full dream nail. Right, that's why you can't do this. Like, you can do extend, but you can't just easily get to the left side of this room. Yes, okay. I plan to just get this by doing fragile strength or not fragile strength, fragile whichever one gives you hearts plus Jonays. I imagine I did it the first time by hunting down a bunch of lifeblood hearts and trying to not fuck it up, but in service, if I have played this game before and don't feel the need to do this the particularly hardest way, I'm going to just make it easier. Actually, there's a bench here. I can just do it here, just right here, even to make my life real easy. Oh, is there not a bench? Never mind. I can't count. I mean, actually, you know what? Fine. Let's make this the time I force over charm. Since I need to not get hit anyways, might as well, right? Not that it should matter, given that I don't think this is actually a challenging room. We just need to get to this point. Not remember the number of spikes this room has, if I'm being honest. Like, it wasn't some, like, complicated irony saying, oh, I don't think there's anything challenging in the room. It was genuinely like, oh, it's just you get there, right? And then you have the prize. And I guess the answer is no. In fact, there's a little bit more. Maybe not immensely challenging, but certainly non-zero challenging. I don't know why I'm even trying to give it a ranking when I've not finished it, but... Alright, not you yet. Or rather, where's the... I don't really need the arcane egg, but I guess since I lost a bunch of money, I do actually kind of want it. I'm told it's in the same room, but I did not see it. Unless that's it, but I'm afraid that's the charm. Is it perhaps up there? Well, if it is, I'm not necessarily going to be able to get back up there, I guess, so... Maybe I'm just going to have to live without my extra money. Ow. Below the room. Okay. Could you be more specific? I think I must once again look at an accursed video guide. Damn. And the person whose video I'm watching died to spikes. Wait, so it is down there. Okay. Yeah, I might just need to eject myself from this room and retry it if I really want the arcane egg that badly, which, if I'm gonna go all through all this effort, I think I do in fact want it that badly. God damn it. Well, those are money sink also. Okay. Where is everyone's favorite charm boy? Oh, it's such a pain to get to. I guess actually an easier way to do this might just be to wear that charm and then just get 2 lifeblood hearts the old-fashioned way, but I'm not sure it's necessarily going to be any easier, so I'm not sure there's any that are that close to a warp spot. I guess that one kind of is, but... My encoding is overloaded. I should consider turning down video settings and something something. You know, I guess I should just go get... So I'm gonna have to go get... I was trying to find a way to mostly skip getting the, Fragile Charm back, but I'm gonna have to. But I guess actually going from here might be best, because it means I can... One, go past that to make sure I get it, and two, pick up some extra lifeblood hearts on the way, just in case. Like if, for example, I am hit by the enemies on the way. Like this one. Or that one. I guess I'm not overcharmed anymore, right? I shouldn't be. I'm not. I can't swear that I'm not, but... But I guess I can rest on a bench here, so that's, again, probably fine. Unless that's the one that... Is it the one that's blocked off? Yeah, it is. Okay, well. Then I guess we are doing the first option. Or doing it without insurance. Ow. I'm forgetting how anything works. Nice. Waste. And then it's just a straight shot-ish. Oh, I'm not gonna have the money. God damn it. How much do you want for this again, you fucker? $200, okay. Right, I don't even have that. God. I liked it more when I had infinite money forever, basically. That made me happy. Actually, well, actually, here's the question. Can I just go back? Wait, which one is warp? Is this warp? Yes. Okay, good. So I'll just do this and defeat my shade along the way. And then I will have enough money to go buy my Fragile Charm, and then I can do whatever other thing was on my mental to-do list. Ow. My timing could use some work. Jesus Christ. Rude. Okay. Now that I'm having my memory really refreshed and all this stuff, I'm reminded that despite, I guess, forming that opinion from my first play, that the kind of stuff they ask you to do in... Really? The kind of stuff they ask you to do in... Okay, that one's fair. Kind of stuff they ask you to do in the White Palace and Path of Pain is, for the most part, definitely within like what they ask you to do in the game generally. Right. I'm remembering now. Not well enough, but I am remembering. God. I guess I should... This is probably more an opportunity to do that, but the problem is my timing is not much better with doing that with that low a ceiling is the thing. There we go. It was all worth it, probably. Where did my shade go? Well, I guess we're gonna finally have our opportunity to summon the shade with her rancid egg, aren't we? I think my shade may have left this world in a different sense. Hopefully they're still carrying money with them, otherwise I'm going to have to do some honest-to-God farming, and I would prefer not to. Nice. Alright, enjoy the egg, GG. Nope. Am I missing any warrior graves? I don't think I am. So I'm wondering where else in the world I still have like big deposits of essence for the dream now, and I guess I might have to Trisha baby figure that out on my own at a different time. Was it just walking from here? I guess that might be faster. Let's do that. Unless that's not navigable. Well, I know I can go over the top. Ow. I think I do actually want to fight those guys for general reasons, but maybe I'm mixing up my minor enemies. I guess I need regular jumping guys who are not to be found here. I can also probably turn Gathering Swarm. Hello. Speaking of the devil, and they will appear or whatever. This would be such a more convenient farm spot if I hadn't blocked everything off with infection. But I guess if I hadn't blocked everything off of infection, it would not be difficult to it would not be difficult to find jumping guys, would it? No, this is not it. The fungal waste one is what I want, yeah. Okay. And then here you go, you jerk. can get one more jumping guy in the back since I did rest at a bench and respawn stuff. It's one of the upsides to having to do this trek again. Jumping guy down. Yep, there you are. Might have actually been a faster way up. Not going for a warp point. I was just so focused on retracing my steps for kill credit that I forgot that that wasn't actually my primary goal. I guess I want to do Coliseum nonsense. Not Fool, I'll save that one too, but... I guess Resting Grounds is... No, King Station. I have reasonable faith I can redo the Warrior Trial quickly. Wrong... No, right way. Make my heal point and laugh at Zote. Haha. I know he calls it his plan or whatever, but... Yes. I might give the full trial one run since I'm here, but I'm not gonna commit to playing it through. This one I will, because we've already done it. But. I remember them starting the fight more aggressively the last time I ran this. I don't know if this is a factor of the performance issues or what, but... Trisha, baby, please. If you all look at the screen, that's fine, but I can't have you sitting up in front of it. The only thing she wants to do is sit up and look at the screen of her full body, and it's very annoying. Honey, don't be upset at me. I need to see things. Maybe a little bit stronger than the first time I played this. Okay. Here's our boy. No, I want to bounce him off the wall. The fucking goddamn speed bag. I guess this is how I would grind money back up if I really needed to. I still continue to love that his thoughts are exactly the things he says. Like, he is not hiding a coward or anything. He's just this self-important bastard all the way through. Like, I gotta give it up for consistency in the character. I was gonna go into more soul if I wanted, but I said one try, and this will be a serious try. Don't mind if I do. Trisha, baby, not now, honey. Y'all want to get out of the corner a bit? I did say one try, didn't I? Well, let's go do Harad the Beast and then come back to this. I don't even know if that's how the name is pronounced, but that's the best I got. As I could have also had a slightly more optimized build, but would not necessarily have gotten me there. My main problem here is not remembering where you actually have this encounter, which is still my problem, but I will at least look around a bit before I worry too much about it. Ah, there we go. I knew there had to be something else here, like even when I was here the first time, but I just couldn't find it. Besides, you know, the little kidnap passageway when that happens. Which I guess is just this area again, but... Going through it once did not, in fact, inform me on how to find it again, because my memory is bad, and there's a lot of video game to remember here. right? I'm sure that's fine. Trisha, baby, why are you yelling at me? It's not even late for how these streams go. Baby, stop. I also wanted to check if I had... Nope. Not up to 2400 yet, but heading in a great direction towards it. You know, I guess at that point, I am going to go somewhere I can properly save on a bench. I guess I'll just go to Dirtmouth, but I am going to... Oh, I did not go to Dirtmouth. I went to somewhere. I mean, I did. I think I misclicked. We'll see. And we'll be back at this Wednesday, and I guess we will possibly wrap up the main story. I'm going to double check if I want to get into Grim stuff ahead of time or not. Maybe I can't. I can't remember exactly how that works, but presumably doing very late game stuff. Now, I want to hear her thoughts. Maybe they don't exist, but I wanted to hear them. I see. Okay. Alright, that's it. We'll be back next Wednesday with more of this. Be back on Friday with more AC6. And, yeah. These games are good. I'm enjoying playing them. Where's my mouse? Where is my mouse gone? Goodbye.